We will take a moment, silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please sit down. Order, members. Members, I'd like to, right at the beginning, take this opportunity to get back to a matter I said I would come back to the House on yesterday, and that is the matter which was raised by the Honorable Mulder on the minutes of the joint sitting. We have had joint sittings since yesterday. Until tomorrow, we will have joint sittings, which are usually called by the presenters in terms of Joint Rule 7. When calling a joint sitting, the presiding officers take into account discussions of the program committees of the respective houses. The program committees on the 29th of January 2015 agreed that the debate on the President's State of the Nation address would commence at 1400 hours on Tuesday, the 17th of February 2015, to Thursday, the 19th of February 2015. However, prior to the publication of the notice calling the joint sitting by the Speaker and the Chairperson into the announcement, tablings, and committee reports on Thursday, the 12th of February, there were further political engagements where it was agreed between the parties that the debate on the 17th of February would commence at 10 in the morning. After the notice was published, further consultations occurred between the role players involving a joint sitting of this nature, which included the presidency. These consultations, it was agreed that during these consultations, it was agreed that the debate would commence at 1400 hours on the 17th of February. I am advised that the matter was further discussed at the meeting of whips of the National Assembly on Monday, the 16th of February. And meanwhile, the National Council of Provinces also scheduled a sitting for 9:30 on the 17th of February. A notice calling the joint sitting was then republished to reflect the correct time of 1400 on Monday, the 16th of February. This is a matter on the times for the rescheduling of the sitting. This matter, I hope, addresses the concerns which were raised in the House. Honorable members, we also must speak to the concern, trying to get my papers ready, on the matter of the minutes. And this is the point which actually was raised by the Honorable Mulder. I indicated that we would have the minutes attended to ensure that they were in the terms of the standard format of the minutes of the houses by today. The minutes of proceedings, the official record of business transacted in the House, and the decisions taken by the House during a plenary session. All decisions are recorded, but with the exception of the State of the Nation address by the President, where no speeches are recorded in the minutes. The minutes are a concise record of business transacted in the House. We stated yesterday that in terms of powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, the journals of Parliament mean any recording of the proceedings of Parliament or a House committee, including the minutes, the transcripts, and tape recordings. In general, the minutes of the Houses or a joint House do not reflect individual points of orders, decision of a political party, or an individual members to voluntarily leave the House. The minutes would, however, reflect on decisions, major or unusual occurrences, rulings from which a particular action resulted. For example, when the presiding officer giving a considered ruling with the consequences that a member is ordered to withdraw remarks. Where proceedings are suspended, this would also be reflected. The minutes, together with the Hansard transcript, form the official record of proceedings and should be read together. Should there be an instance where these records are required by a court, both the minutes of proceedings and the Hansard would be provided to the court. The minutes of proceedings of the 12th of February have been reprinted to reflect the matter of the signal, of the cellular signal. This decision was made in view of the uniqueness of that situation, and we thank the members who raised the matter. The detail of the points of orders raised on the matters during the sittings, the names of the members who raised them, as well as the undertakings made, are all captured in Hansard. However, Honorable, there has never been a major issue raised in relation to the minutes. Where errors have occurred in the minutes, members and parties raise these in the structures of Parliament. Where there are legitimate reasons warranting the correction and reprinting of the minutes, this has been done. This is how these matters should be attended to, and to my knowledge, the majority of the political parties represented here are familiar with these procedures. If members think that the minutes of the House or both houses should follow a different format, I suggest that this matter serves before the rules committees, including the joint rules, for consideration. And I want to thank you for your patience in listening to me making these rulings. I want to proceed then, honorable members, to ask the secretary to read the order of the day.
Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Steenhuisen.
Madam Chairperson, arise on Rule 14LA to request you to consider a question of privilege. One of the privileges of members of Parliament is unfettered access to the chamber. Now, it's never been the parliamentary convention that the VIP protection unit are deployed to screen members of Parliament at the Puertes. It's always been done by parliamentary security services, and the VIP protection unit, whose primary responsibility is the personal protection of the President and the Cabinet Ministers, are now being used to screen MPs. I don't expect you to rule on it now, but I would ask you as a question of privilege if you would look into it and report back to the House at a later stage on whether it is appropriate for members of the VIP protection unit, who are tasked with protecting the executive, to be screening members of Parliament who are honourable members on their way into the House.
Honorable Chief Whip of the DA, I will indeed avail myself to take into the matter and will make sure that we report back to the House. Secretary.
Resumption of debate on President's State of the Nation address.
Thank you very much. I then have the honor to call Onto the podium, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries.
The Chairperson of the His Excellency President J.G. Zuma, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy President, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes. Good afternoon. Sanbo Molweni, Dumelang, Goeiemiddag. Hi. The year 2015 marks 60 years of the Freedom Charter. Historic moment in which all South Africans from all walks of life express ideas and dreams of liberated South Africa. The President has spoken at length on the importance of understanding the Freedom Charter and the progressive implementation thereof. Besides our Constitution, the National Development Plan, too, builds on the aspirations of the Freedom Charter. Today, we still aspire to achieving much of what stands in the Freedom Charter, more especially in creating a country where the land shall be shared among those who work it. Set out by the President begins on the address to challenge experience, including 1, 50 farming enterprises will be identified as a pilot project regarding the 50-50 policy framework, which proposes relative rights for people who work on farms. 2, the establishment of the agri-parks or cooperatives and clusters within the poorest 27 district municipalities of the country. 3, a ceiling of land ownership at a maximum of 12,000 hectares by any natural or legal person. Foreign nationals will not be allowed to own land in South Africa, but will be eligible for long-term lease. 1 million jobs to be generated in acres of land for each land reform applicant. It's not 112,000, one person, 112,000, one person. Freedom Charter puts it that those who work on it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a maximum ceiling set to include commodities. We are aware that 12,000 hectares exceed the average farm size, but as you may know, economies of scale differs among various production systems, e.g., land for livestock producers need much more land than the wine or maize producers. The 12,000 hectare ceiling is meant to cover all. Therefore, we need to discourage the practice of throwing the Freedom Charter into political football in the House. It's a very serious. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve these targets and to effect transformation of the sector, ensure that all South Africans benefit from growth in the sector, require greater synergy and collaboration with the among several departments, more especially Department of Agriculture and Department of Rural Development and Land Reform. To this end, the political leadership and management of these departments have forged a partnership, one which has existed before. We are striving to overcome challenges of and overlap by clearly defining roles and responsibilities. While the role of the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform is more centered around the rural development, land restitution and distribution, the task of Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries is to keep transferred land productive, allowing previously disadvantaged individuals to benefit from agricultural business and to manage the growth of the sector towards more inclusive rural economy. However, for this to happen, more women and youth must be assisted to enter this formally restricted profession to previously disadvantaged individuals. The President, through the SONA, thus instructed the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries and Rural Development to lead and establish the agri-parks in each of the 27 poorest districts. A budget of is set aside for this, which will progressively increase through existing budget. However, while has many success stories, we have not progressed with the desired outcomes. There are failures that left many productive farmers abandoned lying fallow. Effective participation in the sector by previously disadvantaged communities will, however, only happen when they have access to land and the means to work on it. More importantly, through is our capacity as a state to create conditions under which they become effective participants in the agricultural market. Has therefore pronounced on the commodity-based approach of the Agricultural Policy Action Plan, APAP, and the further pursuance of the 50-50 arrangements between farmers and the farm workers. We already know of progressive farmers who have begun to implement the principle of 50-50, where farm workers and farmers share ownership of the farm. The APAP, on the other hand, through outcome 4 of the medium-term strategic framework, proposes special economic plans aimed at guiding government investment through a value chain approach targeting priority commodities identified in the National Development Plan. The APAP problematizes growth constraints with action shared among key role players within the sector. Its purpose is to drive a more inclusive market agenda geared at job creation and, in turn, greater food security. Furthermore, seek to create vision projects together with agricultural graduate, sector organizations, and surrounding communities. Government will invest in expanding its support programs in order for land to be converted into active, vibrant farming projects. New farmers entering the agricultural market will be further encouraged to farm with commodities of high growth potential and high labor absorption identified in APAP. To support these farms will ensure massive economic growth. Government aims to create an enabling environment by providing appropriate infrastructure in the form of fencing, deep tanks, equipment, veterinarians, services, extension support. We will further encourage our entities like the Odensport Biological Products, OPP, to provide affordable access to animal vaccines for improved production, and institutions like the Agricultural Research Council to share their knowledge and resources such as drought-resisting maize cultivars. We further aim to use government as a procurer of agricultural produce and food as support for smallholders, further allowing them access to both local and international markets. Through these support programs, we better position our farmers to become self-reliant and to participate in existing markets without dependency on government support. Ladies and gentlemen, the land in itself is not an infinite resource. Hence, fertile land and agricultural land, including grazing land, must be protected. The President has therefore called on the protection of land against foreign ownership. This honorable member is not a unique practice. Many other countries in the world are advanced in this phenomenon. The EU, on the other hand, effectively circumscribe the right of member states to restrict or regulate the ownership of land by foreigners who are nationals of other member states. You're only allowed to own land in the EU if you are an EU member. Angazi ukuthi umsindo wani lobke obla as if into eqala nathi evele ezulwini into evele ikhona. Moreover, cases like these include Republic of Ireland, where foreigners, except those with 7 years continuous residence. I remember President saying very well, if you want to own land here, you become a citizen of this land. So Ireland, they allow you to be there for 7 years, continuously. Ungahambi. Hlala khona. Uba nomhlaba ke. Lo msindo wokuduma kwezulu la angikwazi. As further measures to protect agricultural land, the department is in the process of gazetting 3 forestry and natural resources management bills for public consultation. These are the draft bill on the Conservation and Development Agricultural Land Farm Act, the National Forest Act Amendment Act, and the National Veld and Forest Fires Act. Fisheries. Fisheries is one of the least transformed sector, and therefore requires a radical transformation approach from the government. This will further promote and enhance efforts to create new opportunities for previously disadvantaged communities. The fishing rights allocation process is one effort to democratize the fishing industry, notwithstanding its own shortcomings. As such, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries has extended the existing fishing rights until February 2016, affording government the time to find a more permanent solution on this troubled industry. The minister further plans to engage the big, actually huge players of the fishing industry, such as I&J, Sea Harvest, Blue Continental, and Viking, to encourage them to work together with the government in finding lasting solutions for the transformation of this sector. In the spirit of Operation Park, we further seek to extend fishing activities from West Coast to the East Coast. As it stands, all fishing ports are on the West Coast and none in the East. That's why there is a province that thinks fisheries is a provincial monopoly. No, it's a national competence. That it happened that you are on the West Coast, it doesn't mean it belongs to you. It belongs to South Africans. In this spirit, as it stands, all fishing ports are on the West Coast and none in the East. To expand this industry requires that we optimize the harvest potential of the full 3,700 kilometers of our coastline, which means creating new fishing ports on the East Coast. We will furthermore work hard in developing aquaculture, which will further assist communities in job creation and food security. This forestry, this is an industry that needs greater alignment with government. As it stands, various aspects forestry management falls under 5 departments, which includes Department of Agriculture, DTI, and others. They'll have to element of this. The Minister of Agriculture is inviting all these ministries to work on this industry. Forestry is currently worth $4.2 billion and yet highly monopolized. There are many irregularities in the industry, and many of the big plantations are under land claim. The Department of Rural Development has committed itself to redress this. Ladies and gentlemen, the country has been afforded a momentous opportunity by the Council of the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, to host the 14th World Forestry Congress. This Congress is being arranged in collaboration with FAO and will bring together about 10,000 participants representing forestry and related disciplines to share lessons, experience, and best practices, as well as to explore policy and practical solutions. The Congress will take place from the 7th to the 11th September in Durban at Inkosi Albert Luthuli International Convention Center. Honorable members, now more than ever before, we have focused our energies on taking matters forward in fulfilling our goal of becoming the solution to the challenges in our space. As such, the minister has led several discussions with farming communities, and further engagement will take place with organizations such as AfroForum. On this note, we urge politicians in this House, to stop divisive propaganda by talking on behalf of communities they do not truly represent, and instigating racial tensions where there is none. We have direct contact with farming communities. We don't need you as a partner. And we know very well that those killed on farms are farmers, black and white, including farm workers who are also dying and suffering there. In this regard, we are working together with the criminal class justice, in particular SAPS, to effective implement of the rural safety strategy. We therefore call on all farming communities to work towards a peaceful solution without racial tension. In closing, I would like to echo the words of the President and call on all South Africans to use the prescripts of the Freedom Charter to contribute to improving the lives of South Africans, to get back to the basic human principle on serving others, and create a South Africa which belongs to all who live in it, and where the land is shared among those who work it. That includes the leader of the DA in this House. I don't know. I was listening. You know, honorable.
Deputy Minister, address me.
The honorable Mr. Steenhuisen, I hope one day you will be brave enough to stand up here and tell this House how you left the Durban municipality. I hope. If we have a problem, if you have a problem, I can do it on your behalf as I'm standing here. But it will be
Order.
It will be more honorable if you stand up here and tell this House what happened to the wife of your colleague that was working as your secretary, that put you out of the Durban municipality to put you here. I hope you will be more honorable to stand up and tell this House. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Order. Order, members. Order. Order. Order, members. Members, you are delaying the business of this House. Order. The Honorable Banga.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think let me start where it ended. Honorable Speaker, in 2005, 10 years back, the President Jacob Zuma, was removed in office. 10 years back. 10 years after, the reasons and the rationale why he was removed, we have seen them in this House. Because President Zuma, we knew then that he will take this country. He will destroy our economy. He will present wrong policy. It is 10 years back. About President Zuma. We thought about President Zuma that he will present policies that discriminate our people. I want to warn the Deputy President.
Honorable Banga, I do not want to interrupt your speech. I want to interrupt the finger. Please. Proceed. Proceed.
President Zuma, I want to warn you, Deputy President. I want to warn you, Deputy President, that if you remember the story of Joyce Mujuru in Zimbabwe, what he did to Joyce Mujuru and what they did to the EFF, they will do it to you in 2 years to come. In 1994, the ANC promised to address the remedy, the injustice of land removals and disposition. More than 20 years later, we are still waiting for the ANC promises to be made good. The ANC government land reform program has been an abject failure. It has come nowhere close to reaching its target of transferring 30% of the land to the previously disadvantaged communities by 2015. President Zuma is using every excuse in the book to explain this shortcoming. There is unacceptably high failure rate in terms of agricultural activities on land transferred through the land reform program. Minister Kukile Nkwinti himself has put the failure rate at between 73 to 90%. This, Madam Speaker, is the true state of the nation land reform program. The ANC government populist proposal to cap land ownership effectively caps investment and job creation. The agricultural sector is heavily indebted and is dependent on the provision of financial loans for its survival and growth. Destroy the value of land on which debt is based, and it will destroy the provision of finance. The emerging farmer will suffer as a result of this. There will also be negative impact on share equity schemes. The 90 share equity schemes in the Western Cape have an 80% success rate. The highest reform models in the country. If you restrict these agricultural ventures from expanding, you destroy the crown jewel of land reform. The ANC government has led farmers to fend for themselves without proper title over the land, capital investment, skills, or access to markets. We need to support farmers to enable them to run successful businesses. Official figures from 2013 show that an estimated 90% of successful land claims opted for cash in Nyuku rather than having their land restored to them. That is President Zuma's good land reform. We believe our land reform strategy must be informed not only by the need to achieve quantitative land targets, but by how it meets the needs of ordinary South Africans. One of DA's greatest concern is inconsistency between the ANC rhetoric, statements on land and results in the National Development Plan. The NDP land reform model, while short on technical detail, provides the best framework for land reform. Yet, our President Zuma, you did not mention the NDP. Once, when we were discussing your proposal on land reform, you have abandoned your own policy. Approximately 21 million South Africans live on more than 70 million hectares of communal land, including yourself, President Zuma. Around 17% of the community of the country, total farmland area, yet their land rights remain, including yourself, President Zuma. The DA agrees with the NDP in that insufficient tenure for black farmers in communal areas is a risk to the objective of building integrated, inclusive rural communities. Your starting point should be to provide people and working people the land in communal areas. Bantu stands with title deeds, and yourself, Mr. President, you deserve a title deed. The ANC government's disastrous performance in this area represents an opportunity to empower millions of South Africans and has ensured and continued expulsion and economic participation in the land of their forefathers, including yourself, President Zuma. He believes that there are 4 substantial changes needed to government land reform approach in order to secure its success. Farmers must become farm owners through the NDP. Communal land must be released immediately to reform purposes and citizens and must receive legal title deeds to the land on which wherever possible, state-owned land must be released for reformed purposes.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Shivambu.
Thank you very much, Chair of the NCOP. With your permission, Commander-in-Chief, allow me not to respond to Imbongi, who came here to speak and sing praises. We'll engage with the relatively informed perspectives of Honorable Ibrahim Patel in detail, because he tried to give context. We really cannot justify and respond to Imbongi like the Honorables Majodini, Mtetwa, and surprisingly Gordon, in terms of what they said here. We can't obviously give much significance to what Honorable Masina and Mahambe Lasha said, because they understand half of the things that they said here. Whereas with Masina, he was struggling to even read that he was written for. That is why I was telling Madam Speaker.
Chairperson.
When there was a chairperson.
Chairperson.
Is that a point of order?
Yes.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
Honorable Mahambe Hlala. I'm not Honorable Mahambe Lasha. It's an insult. I'm
Thank you, ma'am.
honorable. You must ratify that thing, Honorable Shivambo Louis Vuitton. Thank you.
Honorable Shivambo, it is Mahambe Hlala.
Oh, yes, I had made a mistake, Chair, so it's Mahambe Hlala.
Yes. Proceed.
Now, this morning there was a portfolio committee on mineral resources that was receiving the legal opinion that the President gave and was given with regards to the Minerals and Petroleum Resources Development Act. You'll remember that during the course of last year, the Minister of Trade and Industry kept on saying that the instrument towards local beneficiation and industrialization of minerals will be the MPRDA, which had to be signed. The President did not sign that act. He brought it back to Parliament to specifically deal with the aspect which was going to lead to local beneficiation and industrialization. What is that aspect? An aspect, Section 26 of the Act, that says that you should have restrictions on the amount of minerals that can be exported out of South Africa. But because big capital, the Chamber of Mines says no, the President acted like an executive that manages the common affairs of the bourgeoisie and brought back the act that we can't take it forward. That is what we're dealing with, where capital instructs a president to defy what has been commonly agreed perspective. And the laws and the legalities about it is not even about the constitution of this country. It's about an agreement, the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs, signed by Chris Liebenberg in 1995 on the 6th of April. Part of the elite pact that said that open up your markets, be new liberal, be free market. That is what the elite pact said when we moved from 19 to what we have now. I don't know what it is. Now, it can be a legal basis to say that the General Agreement on Trade and Tariffs says that you can't limit the amount of minerals that are exported out of South Africa. Now we have to deal with that because capital and their major representative, the CIC has said this, the WTO is the godfather of neoliberalism. Correctly, so we're being directed by the WTO, by GATT processes on what laws we must pass in this parliament. To the extent that will undermine local beneficiation and industrialization of minerals through a legislative framework, which the minister was always waving through when we said, please take strategic control of our mineral resources. Take ownership of the mineral resources. What is difficult about that? All of them, Honorable Ramatlodi. Take strategic ownership of the platinum and locally beneficiate and industrialize. There's nothing difficult about that. It's a basic thing that you have to look into moving forward. Now, EP, well, Honorable EP spoke, where he wax lyrical about the employment situation in South Africa. I thought that because this is the year of the Freedom Charter, I was going to start by quoting the Freedom Charter on work. The Freedom Charter on work says that there shall be a 40-hour working week, a national minimum wage, paid annual leave, and sick leave for all workers, and maternity leave on full pay for all working mothers. Now, what are the realities of the current 15 million employed people in South Africa? 80% of those work more than 40 hours per week. It's a reality. 50% are not employed into permanent positions. What are the realities of the working class in South Africa today? 50% are paid less than 2,800. What is that? And then we must celebrate that we must come here and say that, no, we've got 15 million employed people in South Africa. Let's go further. 35% of workers are on short-term jobs that are not sustainable. 33% do not have retirement funds. That is what we're dealing with. And this employment that we must celebrate and say that, oh, let us all celebrate. We've got industries, few industries in Koga, which employ very few people. We must all of us say that we are is industry developing and everything else, yet we are not in control of our own economy. But let us be thematic and deal with one of the major issues that are confronting society today. The president never spoke about it, obviously. We understand. There is a phenomenon of illicit financial flows that characterize the whole African continent. That involves base erosion, transfer pricing, transfer mispricing. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Finance has got a better understanding sometimes. The cost of that in the past 10 years, Honorable President, has been 122 billion US dollars. If they can write that into South African rands, you obviously won't be able to read that number.
Honorable Shibambo.
It's trillions of rands that are lost through illicit financial
Honorable
flows.
Shibambo, your time has expired.
Yeah, we're going to make a formal written submission on illicit financial flows.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shibambo. The Honorable Mafu. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Honorable President, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma. Honorable Deputy President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa. Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Ms. Lindiwe Sisulu. Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, ladies and gentlemen, and honored guests. Through all the history of different forms and methods of struggle, armed and unarmed, legal and illegal, underground and open, political, economic, ideological battlefronts, the idea and inspiration of the Freedom Charter ran like a golden thread, unifying the diverse forces that together make up our liberation movement. It is the bedrock for social and economic redress. Open quote, there comes a time for every radical movement when to talk about freedom is not enough. To paint a picture of it, give it substance, fill in the details. These words were said by Professor Z.K. Matthews in 1953 when he was addressing the Cape ANC. This was a call for National Convention to draw up the Freedom Charter, which led to the Congress of the People on the 26th June 1955. The real Congress of the People, not the poppycock. Open quote, any form of construction needs both the architect and the bricklayer. It needs both the act of conception and that of building, the act of designing and that of putting one brick upon the other. If the Congress of the People in 1955 marked the maturity of conception of design of our future society, April 27, 1994, called upon all of us to hone our skills in the act of bricklaying. Close quote. These were said by former President Thabo Mbeki in 2001. As per the Freedom Charter, anarchy is not the interpretation of the people shall govern. As we see our people being encouraged to invade land illegally by parties that thrive on anarchy. This practice hinders proper planning of our settlements. Our municipalities are rendered powerless when land is invaded, interfering with their planning. We call that is being done by the Housing Development Agency in assisting the municipalities and provinces in acquiring land. It is common knowledge that the ANC is the party with 62% of the electorate entrusted their future into it, and it is ruling. No amount of chaotic behavior will change this fact. We are not co-governing with anyone. We are a government. A hand, however big, can never cover the sky. Honorable President, when you spoke in 2014 on the SONA, you said, revitalize distressed mining communities. Women empowerment and development is a priority. Youth empowerment is important. The Department of Human Settlement, which is responsible for interministerial committee on the revision of the mining towns, has met with Chamber of Mines and banking sector and the provinces to deal with a plan to deal with these cities. The mining charter recognizes that human dignity and privacy of mine workers are hallmark to enhance immediate transformation in the mining industry in terms of living conditions. You have said, Honorable President, 2.1 billion is ring-fenced for upgrading these mining towns. You had also said 290 million for upgrading of 82 informal settlements in these mining towns at the various stages of implementation. I also want to say 233 informal settlements are being assessed in the country to look at how they can be helped. We appreciate the collaboration between the Department of Human Settlement and Chamber of Mines to upgrade, as this is a very degrading form of living for our people. Hostels must be totally eradicated. We did not create them, they were created by those who know. Marapong Hostel in Lipalele is a case in point. Honorable Speaker, Mr. President, when you addressed the nation on the 12th of February, you said 15.3 million people are employed in South Africa. We are pleased to note that the is contributing to this in a number of implementing things. One of them is the Youth Brigade program. The EAB has pledged 10 opportunities in a youth entrepreneur empowerment program. We know that because 55% of all properties sold in 2014 has been bought by black people. Therefore, black people has to work in this sector. NHBRC is employing all the young people who have completed their training on bricklaying, plastering, and plumbing. The department is on, President, to deliver 1.4 million housing opportunities as promised in this term of office. The commitment to build 5,000 houses for military veterans will go a long way to improve the lives of those who fought for our freedom. The delivery of 50,000 affordable houses is welcomed, particularly around the issue of gap market. We commend the department for ensuring that 30% of the budget is for women in construction, for women empowerment. The elimination of this backlog is a priority. We hail the partnership between EAB and Black Converters Association in this regard. Honorable Chairperson, the National assessed that the reshaping of South Africa, towns, cities, and rural settlements is a complex long-term project requiring major reform and political will. We are encouraged, therefore, to know that the Master Spatial Plan will be tabled before the Cabinet. As we list these achievements, said we cannot say the same thing about the Western Cape province. Is it because these programs are meant to improve only the lives of the poor? Western Cape is a broken province, led by a broken premier. All she does best is to tie. Like a monkey promising our people. The opposition in this country is but a sad joke. What you do at jokes, you laugh, Comrade President. You laugh. Let me unpack for you what a joke DA is. The so-called DA needs to explain why they handed numerous tenders worth 400 million to Philcon. Despite 8 applications for liquidation pending in the court. These applications were filed at least 3 years prior to Philcon receiving these tenders. Can you explain? As the saga of missing public funds continues to unfold, the plight of our indigent people still living in containers in Manebek for more than a year is a further shocking indictment on you, DA. Despite all these things, we want to
Chairperson.
tell you, if you Google,
Chairperson,
Is it,
would you please ask the member at the podium whether she would take a question about the containers in Alexandra?
Honorable Mafu, will you take a question?
when I'm finished,
That's your side.
as you Google, Honorable Chairperson, there's a man called Saul Lochenberg. This man is the Philcon chairman. This is the man who was liquidated in Britain. This is the man who is leading Philcon today. This Philcon that has been given tenders by DA. The DA needs to explain why Philcon benefited from public funds. We want to know, is it because you benefited yourselves? Here is another piece of the puzzle, honorable members. MEC for Education in Western Cape called Debbie Schaefer when she was responding to question from ANC MPL Cameroon Dagmo about a certain staff member called Leslie Makledendorf. This woman was once working for Philcon. Today, she is a director of infrastructure and planning at the Department of Education in the Western Cape. Can we know if there is anything that is between the two? Honorable Maimane, come clean and answer the question, very simple, to the ANC. Can you please pay back the money? Who is dishonorable now, Honorable Maimane? Pay back the public funds.
Remember, speak
The
through me.
ANC appeals to Advocate Tulima Donsela of the Public
Point of
Protection.
Is it a point of order, Mr.?
Point 14F, Madam House Chair. I think it's very important that the honourable member confines herself to the State of the Nation address.
Order members, don't drown the honorable member. I'm listening, sir.
This isn't the State of the Province address. That's on Friday. She can go there and talk about the province.
That was actually not a point of order in the sense that the State of the Nation enables members to do everything under the sun as long as it affects us. Please continue, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The ANC appeals to Tulima
Waters.
Donsela of the Public.
Honorable Mafu, please hold your horses. Honorable Waters.
May I speak? Thank you. Chairperson, the Honourable Speaker referred to the Honourable Maimane by name, saying he must pay back the money, implying that as an individual, he stole money. Unlike the President who's been found guilty of stealing money and hasn't paid a cent back, the Honourable Maimane has not been found in a court of law to have stolen any money. Please retract. Thank you.
Enver.
Honorable, please allow me to respond. Honorable Mafu, did you say the Honorable directly or indirectly that Honorable Maimane has stolen money?
No, Honorable Chair. All I said is that Honorable Maimane, as the leader of the Democratic Alliance, must please pay back the money.
Please continue.
Speaker or Chairperson,
Honorable Jeffries.
the Honourable Waters is misleading the House. He said that the President was found guilty. The President has not been found guilty of anything. Can you please ask him to correct it?
Honorable Waters.
Chair, the public
Order.
The public protector found the president guilty. The Constitutional Court, in ruling with regards to our SMS, said the president did steal money.
Honorable Waters. Honorable members, I'd like to come back on this matter. Because, let me finish, Honorable Jeffries. Because the ruling on the SMSs is dealing with the matter from a completely different angle. The report of the public protector says something else. Then that is why I'm saying, please give me the chance to come back to the House with a ruling on this matter.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Ndlozi.
Can Honorable Mafu reference and not plagiarize? Where does pay back the money come from? Must not plagiarize because we're creative here, we're setting trends.
Honorable Ndlozi, you've made your point. Honorable Mafu, please continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC appeals to Advocate Thuli Madonsela of the Public Protector Office to take just a few hours out of a busy Ngandla schedule to finalize their forensic investigation into Philcon, given that there is more than 400 million involved, which is almost double that of. Struggle is very permanent, and we really want to make sure that we don't want to be drawn those that don't have struggle credentials, those that would want us to enter into circus and gimmicks, those that would want us to draw us into the mud as pigs. We are an ANC in government. Siyaqhuba, sakhisizwe. Ngiyabonga mongameli.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Mulder. Order, members.
Chairperson, what does a government or a governing party do when voters start turning against it? They start with scapegoat politicking. What is scapegoat politics? In Germany, Hitler blamed the Jews for German poverty. Scapegoat politics. When Mugabe lost the referendum in 2000, he called the naysayers sell-out Zimbabweans and blamed white farmers. We know what happened to white farmers. Scapegoat politics. In Rwanda, Hutu leaders called the Tutsi cockroaches and blamed them for the country's problems. When the problems remained, ordinary citizens decided to get rid of the cockroaches. Up to 1 million Tutsis were murdered in 10 days. The same happened in Germany, where millions of Jews were murdered. So in South Africa, load shedding upsets everybody. The Honourable President doesn't blame Eskom's lack of planning. He blames apartheid and the previous white government. Scapegoat politics. Sir, when the National Party government handed power to the ANC in 1994, Eskom had a generation capacity of 37 gigawatt. After 20 years of ANC government, Eskom has a mere 28 gigawatt at the moment. Where do South Africa's problems come from? The Honourable President says a man called Jan van Riebeeck arrived here, and that was the start of the trouble in this country. I can prove the President is wrong. But what did he say in plain language? He said, when white people arrived here, the trouble started. What is the understanding of ordinary ANC supporters? They understand, gets rid of the white man, all problems are solved. Get rid of the cockroaches, then the problems go away. When I say
there
this
is a point
plays
of
a
order,
role
Honourable Mulder, Honourable, you are on the floor, Honourable Mthembu.
Thank you, Chair. Can the Honourable Member take a question on history?
I wish I had more time. I would like to take the question. Let me try and finish what I want to say, and I'll take that down.
It's a no, Mr. Mthethwa.
Sir, this plays a role in many farm murders. It results in hysterical ANC reaction. The same scapegoat politics exists with land. Foreigners are buying all the land. That's why prices are high. Get rid of the foreigners. Figures show that foreigners own about 2% of the land, but their investment, their job creation and companies contribute to tax are much more than that. The same goes for Somalians. TV scenes of shops being looted in Soweto are shocking. Of course it was xenophobia. Read the slogans. The President didn't say a word about it on Thursday. He always said, foreigners may not own land. Ordinary Soweto residents here, the President said that they were right in getting rid of foreigners in advance. Meneer, wat landbougrond betref, is uw voorstelle onrealisties en onuitvoerbaar. Ek het dit meer as een keer in kabinet Logotlas gesê. Georganiseerde landbou het hard gewerk aan praktiese voorstelle vir hulle gesprekke met die regering in Maart. Voor daardie gesprekke plaasvind, kondig u hierdie voorstelle af en verongeluk daardie gesprekke. Hierdie voorstelle gaan nie die EFF tevrede stel nie, gaan landbou vernietig en voedselsekerheid in gedrang bring. Meneer, u is nie net die leier van die ANC nie, u is ook staatshoof. A head of states act in the interest of all South Africans, not just for the ANC. According to most ANC's a person is a good South African and African only if you join the ANC. If you don't and dare criticize, you're an enemy of the people, you're opposed to transformation and most probably a racist. Scapegoat politics. I and the majority of Afrikaners and English-speaking white people and all other minorities who call South Africa our only home will not allow someone else to decide whether we are African and whether we are patriotic. Honourable President, stop scapegoat politics. You are setting a wrong example. It's exactly the opposite of what President Mandela did. You are playing with fire in a country which needs little to be set alight. Speaker, does the ANC really believe in the Constitution? When the ANC was under pressure in the Assembly Thursday, many South Africans got a fright when they saw an autocratic ANC who spared nothing to remain in power. Is this the real ANC? Will they hand over power peacefully when they lose an election? Does the ANC really believe in the Constitution's liberal democratic principles? I say no. They are hiding the true nature of the ANC by the content of human rights and democratic words. Professor Busha of Ghana wrote, a democracy in the last analysis depends on the character of individual men and women. Freedoms may be provided in constitutions. Bill of Rights may be passed. They'll make arbitrary acts easier to resist publicly, but will not by themselves secure democracy. Which are unwritten, such as honesty, integrity, restraint, and respect for democratic procedures. Sir, you are currently the problem. Please leave scapegoat politics, respect democratic values, and stop attacking and driving me, as an Afrikaner, and other groups away. You will not get rid of us, and you will not solve the problems for the country without us. There are very lot of good people in all the different communities out there. Let us acknowledge this, and let us take hands to make a success of South Africa altogether. This is the wrong direction to the benefit of none. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honourable Makwe.
Honourable Chairperson, President Zuma, Deputy President Ramaphosa, honourable members of this joint sitting, ladies and gentlemen who honour us with your presence and observing these proceedings. This government and the ANC have historic responsibilities. We have been democratically elected and are here to create a better life for all people of South Africa, including the Afrikaners. Our role is not to moan, to point fingers, and to blame, but to respond to the needs of our people. The ANC brought liberation, and we recognize the importance of nurturing these freedoms. Stats South Africa last week released a report for the last quarter of 2014 indicating that 15.3 million people are employed in South Africa. In this last quarter alone, jobs grew by 230,000. Our people comes first. This government, ruled by the ANC, developed a 9-point plan to ignite growth and create jobs, our president said. The Gauteng provincial government, which I have the honor to represent in this parliament, has adopted a 10-pillar program of radical transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization over the next 5 to 15 years. These pillars are, firstly, radical economic transformation, then decisive spatial transformation, accelerated social transformation, transformation of the state and governance, modernization of the public service, modernization of the economy, modernization of human settlements and urban development, modernization of public transport and infrastructure, reindustrialization of Gauteng province, and taking the lead Africa's new industrial revolution. Chairperson, this program of the Gauteng government is an expression of how we in the ANC exercise collective leadership and cooperate with national parliament. You can say what you want to about our president. He's our president, and he is a part of this collective leadership. Our president shared with us a simple 9-point plan to ignite growth and create jobs. This is in line with the ANC manifesto. The manifesto promises that, and I quote, institutionalize long-term planning, integration, and coordination capacity within the state to drive consolidated industrialization and infrastructure development programs for inclusive growth and job creation, unquote. This approach is nothing new to the ANC. Already in 1995, when we adopted the Freedom Charter, we stated unequivocally that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, Honorable Mulder. This Charter of Freedom that we celebrate this year also states that there shall be work and security. The ANC has always been and remains committed to creating jobs for all, and not merely for a particular racial group like some of the political parties in this House. Under the competent leadership of the ANC, we have developed and adopted a great constitution. We have established institutions to enhance our democratic gains. The National Development Plan is a long-term vision of our country. It lays the foundation for all government. The National Economic Development and Labour Council creates opportunities for organized labor. The private sector, business and government, joined by representatives of civil society to deliberate and agree on matters of common interest. Recent NETLAC deliberations were around a national minimum wage. Healthy labor and economic relations are vital in our development agenda. The effectiveness of NETLAC remains its ability on decision-making. Progressive employer bodies value the space offered by NETLAC as it contributes to stability in the economy. NETLAC endeavors to address the challenges of mandates, collective bargaining councils, and power relations. Mindful of the negative effects that uprooted, unprotected strikes have on economic growth, the ANC welcomes the intervention of trade union federations like FEDUSA, CONSAU, NACTU, and COSATU in bargaining councils. Members of NETLAC knows very well how economic growth creates jobs. Yes, it creates work. NETLAC strives to promote a stable labor environment. Therefore, Chairperson, a well-structured plan on growing our economy is a priority of the ANC. President Zuma stated in SONA 2015 that the Operation Pakisa Ocean Economy Initiative will be a game changer. He further mentioned our automotive investment scheme, expansion in the leather and footwear sector, the manufacturing enhancement program, and development of black industrialists. Our premier in SOPA 2014 announced that the Gauteng government is determined to revitalize and mainstream the township economy by supporting the development of township enterprises, cooperatives, and SMMEs that produce goods and services that meet the needs of our township residents. The day when townships are dormitories are over, said Premier Makura. Chairperson, there is none so blind as those that do not want to see. It is regrettable that our country is saddled with an opposition that refuses to see how reactionary approaches they promote are inhibiting our national growth and development. The gross exploitation of workers is unacceptable, and this democracy for which so many people sacrificed under the courageous leadership of the ANC. Our only ally, COSATU, is its affiliated unions and other progressive trade unions are strategic partners and important actors in labor relations and in the workplace. Amendments made to the Labor Relations Act in the last quarter of 2014 grants more powers to the CCMA. No longer be exploited, by being temporarily employed for more than 3 months. Different types of employment contracts have been considered in the Labour Relations Act amendments. Decent work and a living wage is what we support. The ANC shall not tolerate the abuse of unsuspecting work seekers. Chairperson, the ANC has developed a document on strategies and tactics, not yesterday, not 20 years ago, long ago. We note that protest politics worked during the undemocratic and despotic times of apartheid. Used it. Those relying on throwing their toys out of the court are political babies. The creation of anarchy is unacceptable when our people are hungry. This government and the ANC are tasked to create a better life for all. Subjecting this House and SONA to criticisms without offering and or pursuing solutions demonstrate political bankruptcy and opportunism. The integrated approach of the ANC continues to stand the test of time. Partye moet besluit of hulle deel is van hierdie regering en ophou om parlement te misbruik. Hulle misbruik parlement as 'n forum om te kla, in steede van selfs die basiese verwagtinge van mense wat vir hulle gestem het te adresseer. The ANC is committed to utilizing parliament and our democratic state to deal with the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Some members and parties are longing for the fleshpots of Egypt, where inequality, racial discrimination, and selective privileges reigned. Those days are gone. Opposition parties recognize the importance of the ANC and the leaders of the ANC and this ANC-ruled government. For every problem, they fabricate, they blame the ANC. Soon, they will blame the ANC for the heat outside. We will rise even to that challenge. I thank you.
Honorable Kolabana.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, while the SAP's version of Purple Rain was blasting DA supporters on pavements outside Parliament last week, where we saw the brutalising and arrest of 5 DA colleagues, 1 an MP, here in Parliament, ongoing for scenario 1. Behind the pomp and ceremony, I'm told that at each of 4 doors there were 3 units comprising 5 public order policing members, 2 members of Parliament's counter-assault team and 2 parliamentary staff. 108 men in white waited for the signal downstairs while at least another 12 were poised to enter the public gallery. No life or property was in danger, but the word was given and the jackboot attack began. Their orders came from the Speaker via the CATS unit. No single extraction scenarios were ever rehearsed, only the removal of entire political parties. We saw what happened. Despite the state security signal blocker, the world saw what happened. All potential foreign investors saw what happened. We were seconds away from scenario 2, the removal of the entire official opposition. In enthusiastic expectation of that event, over 60 of whose white shirts were held back 4 doors of this chamber, the world watched the President chuckle in delight as the EFF was forcibly removed, and I have no doubt he would have shed tears of mirth had Helen Ziller been manhandled out, and perhaps as I was thrown on the floor and kicked in the face, breaking my jaw and nose, as happened to one honourable EFF member. The Speaker has seemingly taken over the role of the Minister of Police, ordering SAP's members to enter the chamber, protect the executive and deal with those who disagree with the shabby, shoddy manner in which our democracy is being treated by the Zuma regime. She has taken over from a Minister of Police who is in any case totally compromised, having last month been found guilty of committing not 1 but 2 unlawful acts in suspending the head of the Hawks and of putting in his personal choice of acting head. He knew the Constitutional Court had ruled on November the 27th that he may not do it anyway. Then he realized he was going to lose in court, so he asked the Police Portfolio Committee to do the job for him. The Hawks is the unit the ANC created as a sop to the Constitution, which calls for an independent corruption-fighting unit, one which ANC members of the Police Portfolio Committee shamefully rendered as chicken. The Hawks were left to peck feebly at organised crime, serious commercial crime, and serious corruption. Members of civil society who saw they were toothless fought for and won increased independence for the Hawks by pulling the legislation in line with the Constitution. And for the ANC, this has been like a red rag to a bull. Independent thought and action is being hunted down and driven out as we speak. That is why the ANC stepped on and crushed the globally admired Scorpions, and why they today seek to pluck any feather the Hawks ever dare grow. So when the head of the Hawks had the unmitigated gall to call for the Nkandla files, of course he had to go. Out 2 days before Christmas with death threats made to his family. It was taken to court and the order was he must be reinstated immediately. Bizarrely, the Minister of Police is pressuring him to from the jaws of victory illegally, pushing retirement contracts under his nose in order to clear the way for a more pliant ANC cadre. The minister doesn't do the job he's got, yet he's taking over the job of the civilian-turned-general, the National Police Commissioner, the same one who was protected in the Police Portfolio Committee this morning, shielded from questions by crushed ANC members. I have never been ashamed to be on that committee before, but I am today. This is this president's ANC. Look askance at the president, you're out. Look askance at any of his rich supporters, the Guptas, you're out. Look at Nkandla with anybody, anything but moon-eyed admiration, and you're out. From SARS, we heard, Mr. President, pay us the taxes. Out they went. Meanwhile, just 47% of citizens trust the SAPs today as they brutalize civilians and bungle thousands of criminal cases. Then there's the Special Investigative Unit. Where are the investigations into the Honourable Becky Cele and what he of never calling tenders in the when he was National Police Commissioner, who made inordinate amounts of money during his 2 disastrous National Police, or the criminal charge the DA laid against him after the release of the Public Protector's report that saw him fired, swept under the carpet because he's from Nkandla land. Then the recently appointed head of the unit spoke the dreaded words, Mr. President, pay for Nkandla, and he too found himself walking off into the sunset. Then the prosecuting authority, it's been increasingly politicized, and now we have a head who seems far too determined to do the right thing without fear or favor, so he's being subjected to the same sort of witch hunt that Drummond and others are. It was the NPA, who was credited initially under Makatedi Mche, who single-handedly led to the dropping of 783 charges of corruption against President Zuma for undue political reasons, as the recent release of the spy tapes reveals. The reasons to drop the charges were baseless, irrational, and should be set aside. Finally, let's look at the Anti-Corruption Task Team, the highest profile corruption fighting body we've got, chaired by the head of the Hawks, and the deputy is the head of SARS Anti-Corruption Unit. They're both gone. During his term of office, we've seen the Scorpions crushed, the NPA trussed, the Hawks plucked, SARS purged, and the ACTT chained to the floor. Mr. President, powerless anti-corruption units are no anti-corruption units at all. But of course, you have 783 good reasons for that, don't you?
Honourable Rantu.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honourable Members. Mongameli, izolo ubuqinisekisiwe into ba sihleli kanye emva kwakho. Namhlanje sisathi sisemva kwakho. Today, the eyes of the nation are on our parliament. People are watching and listening with hope. Apho uncedo lwabo luyakuvela khona. The president, when he delivered his State of the Nation address, he said, the year 2015 is the year of the Freedom Charter and unity in action and advance the economic freedom. This is what exactly South Africans were waiting for to hear. They have seen the developments around the country and have heard the president's voice on what has been achieved by the ANC government. Uqhane ucwethe Mongameli. We have made good strides as the ANC government in uplifting the lives of our people. To correct the damage of colonialism, neoliberalism, and structured and institutionalized apartheid rule, which cannot be erased in 20 years. But only this government, the ANC government, can do that, because we have done just that. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, it's our task as South Africans to own everything that the government has built and constructed, as it is the collective wealth of the nation and belongs to us, whether it's a library, it's a crèche, it's a street or a school. It is also our responsibility as South Africans, citizens, to use electricity sparingly. It is our electricity after all. The Freedom Charter says people shall govern. This does not only refer to voting and standing as candidates, but what we collectively own as our national wealth, our endowments. This requires us to act with responsibility. Therefore, government, we must govern everything, no matter how little, no mbane lo masoulaule. Our democracy provides entrepreneurship to trade where they choose. You are not restricted to your birth area and subjected to a permit when you have to come to Western Cape and pay extra on traveling to coming to Eastern Cape from former Transkei areas, as was the case before. Before, a black person were not allowed to even think of doing mathematics at school because it was not for them. The fear was that you will know too much and you will know the trading trends of the government, which at that time was a secret. Today, we have youth who are steering ships around our seas to distant countries. Amongst those are young black women. We have young black pilots trained by SOEs. This is development at its best, especially focusing on previously disadvantaged youth. South African Express has a development program running for pilots, and it is yielding good. This is the richness of our country and the type of wealth the ANC government is generating. South African Express has a program to adopt a school, which is a good initiative, which will encourage our youth to have interest in aviation. As the SOCs, they belong to us. They belong to the government. In recognizing the most enormous potential of our oceans in contributing to the economic growth, creating jobs and reducing poverty, Operation Phakisa becomes relevant as one of our integrated programs and a way of working as government. And it was launched by you, President Jacob Zuma. Kuba uyakhathala. These actions are critical to the re-industrialization of our economy and creating jobs, and our SOCs are leading. Transnet, for example, will be investing over 3 billion in ports and rail infrastructure. We are moving South Africa forward for all of us to benefit. Asiyekanga okokuba makwenzeke. In his State of the Nation address, the President said, I quote, "We have a developed plan. We have developed a plan which involves short, medium, and long-term." Why? It is because our youth, with its flourishing talents, is being harnessed and developed in the most productive way so that they can play a role in the allocation of resources and get what is due to them in the wealth of this country. We must continue to invest in them every year, regardless of the negative response we get from the opposition. Mongameli, lo hulment akahlelanga nje. Uyazama kakhulu ukuba abantu bethu baphume endlaleni. Sifuna abantu bakwazi ukuzimela, bakwazi ukonga imali yabo. Kungoko sicela amasebe afanelekileyo ukuba afundise abo sebenawo amashishini bakwazi ukuyiphatha ngendlela imali yabo. Ubutyebi kaloku abakhiwa ngemine hleze buphuncuke nabo ngosuku olulandelayo. Uzoba nomsindo ke umuntu ozophunyukelwa bubutyebi bakhe atsho athyola abanye abantu ngamaphutha akhe. Sithi siyi-African National Congress abazi izidingo zabantu kuba sithi abanoxanduva lokwenza door-to-door. Sithi abangena ebantwini, sithi abaziyo okokuba zintoni ezifunwa ngabantu, ezincakasana ezifunwa ngabantu. Our SOEs are the co-drivers of socio-economic development and continue to train our youth for potential jobs. The NDP, adopted in 2012, is a visionary blueprint of government, business and broader society as collaborative partners working towards achieving socio-economic growth and development targets by 2030. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, we have privatized before. This had dire consequences for the industries supplied by companies that were previously owned by the state. As we speak, the foundries are accessed at import parity pricing, and this is also a similar case in the polymers. This has undermined the growth of downstream industries that are more labor intensive. These were sectors where there was state-owned ownership, but now the private sector is there, but we don't see the levels of efficiency colleagues are referring to. These companies have been taken to the Competition Commission for their uncompetitiveness practices. Privatization is not a solution. The people shall only govern through state ownership. The people can't govern under private ownership. Eskom is our company as South African and 100% owned by South Africans. The DA is calling for unbundling of Eskom and complaining about its monopoly. These people are hypocrites. These spokesperson and shop steward of white monopoly capital, they should challenge their funders to unbundle their businesses and allow black participation in the value chain of their businesses. South Africans should defend Eskom from these liberal attacks and should take ownership through ensuring that we use electricity sparingly and continue to be proud of the progress we make as a society. Load shedding, the load shedding that is not a crisis, but it is an instrument used to find a balance between the demand and supply of electricity. Some sections of the media and prophets of doom in South Africa are hell-bent on seeing our country fail, but we will continue disappointing them as the ANC-led government. We are confident that government is in control of the current electricity challenge. We are intervening in the ICT because private companies have not invested heavily in connectivity of rural areas and the broadband price remains high. We are going to eliminate the digital divide.
Okay,
South Africa connected.
All right, Honorable Member, I'm afraid your time has expired.
Mongameli simi emva kwakho nangoku.
Order.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President and Deputy President, the Constitution of our country dictates that it is the supreme law of the land. It tells us that the security services of our country concerns police and intelligence. The Constitution further goes on to say who is responsible for the command of the security services. And in this case, Mr. President, you occupy that position. And since the head of the executive, no other arm of our government can take that authority of managing the security services from yourself. The consequence of which, the Powers and Privileges Immunities Act, which purports to give the power to command the security services to the Speaker and the Chair of the Council of Provinces is a means of the Constitution. It contradicts the Constitution. It is, in terms of the Constitution, it is null and void. It's vital and urgent. Mr. President, you redirect this act, be reviewed and correct that. It's the only way one can see how it came to pass that men and women, strange uniforms, not constituted under any law in this country, could walk in here and beat up members of the House.
Deputy Speaker.
I have taken advantage.
Honorable Kota, please take your seat. Please take your seat.
I wanted to ask the honourable member if he'll take a question, if he knows that that act came from Parliament, not from the Executive.
I will not do so. I have taken advantage, President, to draft the rest of my argument so that I can hand that to you, but I'll give it to the desk to deliver it to you. On the question of Eskom and the severe electricity crisis that South Africa is experiencing, it's not a secret letter, it's an open letter. Hope urges the President to allow the business owners, the residents, and PV installations to reverse feed into the grid. There's plenty of excess electricity at the present that is being generated by citizens in the private sector. In order to eliminate the difficulties of our communities, to feed that into the national grid will go a long way to improve our output.
Honorable Kota, please take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister, what are you rising on?
I'm rising on a point of order and I need some direction from you. I'm not aware of any rules of Parliament that allow secret documents to be leaked to the President.
Please go on, Honourable Member.
Chair, I plead with you to keep account of
I would be very grateful if it would be given back to him and he knows exactly what to do with it.
All right, go ahead, Honourable Member. That's not a point of order.
Please keep count of my time, sir. On the never-ending crisis of education, we would like that there should be a reopening of the colleges that were closed earlier on, because in order to support the ongoing internal training of educators. The country otherwise is creating a huge problem of young people with 30% passes, and who will have no future and can only become a problem of the future. On the rise in police brutality, Mr. President, you must note that 11,880 criminal cases were opened with IP between 2011 and 2012. It is very urgent that we demilitarize the police in keeping with the Constitution. In the it's unconstitutional to militarize the police. Therefore, we need police services retrained and brought back onto the thinking of the Constitution that they must be a service and not a force. On the question of domestic violence and rape and all of that, we urge that special integrated investigative support units be created to work with communities and schools to take multi-level actions to arrest this widespread problem in society. The rape of 5-year-old kids tarnishes our image and destroys the values of our society. On the question, on the bureaucracy, sir, break down all bureaucratic barriers. There is no virtue in sustaining state-owned enterprises unless we contribute to production of more resources so that we can uplift the conditions of our people.
On that score,
Eskom, we don't need for its own sake.
Your time has expired.
I will deal with the others later. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Thabo Manyoni.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable President, His Excellency, Babu Zuma, our Honorable Deputy President, Dr. Ramaphosa, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let us start where we are so that we can then be able to understand where we should be going to. One man in 1922, and let's borrow from him, he wrote a pamphlet called Notes of a Publicist. He said, let us picture to ourselves a man ascending a very high, steep, and until now unexplored mountain. That he has overcome unprecedented difficulties and dangers and has reached higher point than any of his predecessors, but still has not reached the summit. It is dangerous, it is easy to sleep, it is a painful ascent. The voices from below, through a telescope and far from a safe place, are watching his dangerous move. These voices, they ring with joy. They do not conceal it. They clearly shout, he will step when you are high on a mountain. The high altitude needs you to keep a clear head and never hear gleeful, malicious voices from a far, safe distance. The African National Congress shall then be like that man and suffer no illusion and no despondency, and it must keep here. And it must say, forward ever, backward never. Let me then take this opportunity now that I have cleared the path where we are, and you have heard the noises, and say, Madam Speaker and Madam Chair, on behalf of organized local government, SALGA, to express our sincere and privilege to reflect and further elaborate on the local government issues the President touched on in his speech. The democratic local government was effected in 2000. The evolution of local government system has been both interesting and challenging. We have moved from a plethora of small entities across the whole country to developmental and integrated municipalities. The journey has been characterized by new learnings. The outstanding feature of this evolution is the effectiveness of intergovernmental relations in our country. For instance, today, organized local government is able to address this august house. It is a celebration that we must, because it basically is an indication of our democratic constitution in action. This year marks 15 years of democratic and people-centered local government. And I'm sure we can all agree that a firm foundation has been laid. We should reflect and build on as we lead up to the 2016 local government elections. As cited by both the President and the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, we should not forget the significant contribution that local government has made in the expansion of infrastructure and services to households in a basket of social services like free basic water, electricity, solid waste collection, sanitation, and sewer connectivity, which is contrary to the often negative narrative sustained against municipalities. We note with the same concern the bleak global economic growth outlook that our ambition of achieving a growth target rate of 5% by 2019 is at risk because of the slow global growth as well as domestic constraints in energy, skills, and others. We need to keep our head clear. The President stated that our economy needs a major push forward if we are to realize our growth and job creation targets. We agree. And it is in that context that we wish to talk about local economic growth and unlocking the potential of our spaces and places. Small towns, rural towns, our townships, are a whole 50% of our population. Yet they are the least developed, rapidly, and are to a large extent overlooked. Economic service provision, welfare distribution, production centers for raw material, primary hubs for manufacturing and industries, and are key conduits in the continuum. Consider, for instance, Balito in Kwatukuza, local municipality, which is part of Ilembe District Municipality, KwaZulu-Natal. It used to be a small holiday town, but today has grown into a suburb paradise, which achieved substantial economic growth, such as the King Shaka International Airport and the Dube Trade Port. Over time, what was established as a private township in 1954 is now an anchor economy to its rural hinterlands, with a large commercial business park, with a full service industry, with the commercial park. Isn't that a good story to tell? If carefully and strategically approached, even simple activities such as street lighting can be catalytic to business expansion and retention. One example of what back to basics it's all about. This was a true case in Butterworth, in the Eastern Cape, where the installation of street lighting in the main road became an attraction to a KFC setting up, which in turn changed the business operation culture in the area, knock-off effect on surrounding businesses. I know about the area because I grew up Apo is Lali, Kwasokapas. With regard to mining towns, while we are focusing on the presidential special package for mining towns, we should not forget those other mining towns who are at risk of becoming ghost towns. Stelfontein is a case in point. Once a booming mining town, it has slowly deteriorated since 2012, resulting in the closure of state-of-the-art hospital, with residents now having to travel to Klerksdorp for healthcare and business swiftly vacating the area. The situation in this and similar towns can still be revived, but we must act swiftly and coherently and keep a clear head. Our point, Mr. President, is that if we truly our lagging economic growth, then we must see 278 local economies. These municipalities are local economies. As the start leveraging productivity, innovation, and job creation. We therefore call on government to rally behind local government and use IDPs as the only and central planning instrument to make a real impact on spatial transformation and integrated development in our spaces. And in this regard, we must include everyone, including the opposition, because South Africa belongs to all. The integrated urban development framework must indeed provide a new deal for our cities and towns, and its implementation must be a key priority. We must urgently equip our cities with the institutions to ensure that investments in the built environment lead to real spatial transformation. Thanks, my two ministers, Minister of Culture and Treasury, for the engagements that we have started quite recently in making sure that we concentrate on metros, so that we really unlock the potential of these key centers for economic activity. Of course, that kind of development and growth is not possible without sustainable and low-cost energy. So we are in full agreement that tackling serious energy constraints should be uppermost in the agenda. For our part, SALGA is committed to shortly launching a national campaign to mobilize citizens to pay for municipal services.
What are you raising on, Honourable Member?
Is it parliamentary to be addressed by councillors here?
Proceed, Councillor Manyoni.
Martin Luther King. Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Non-payment for any service has a knock-off effect on the service delivery value chain and must be in building a culture of user payment. Substantial progress has been made in the front of improving on financial management and audit outcomes of municipalities. Here's a good story. Over 50% of municipalities presently.
Honorable Councillor Manyoni, I'm afraid your time has expired, sir.
Thanks. Forward, ever. Backward, never. We shall keep our heads clear.
Honorable Greyling.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable President, the scenes that we witnessed in this parliament...
Honorable Greyling, just take your seat, please. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thought it's important that we do not diminish any member who is present in the joint sitting. These are special delegates of the National Council of Provinces and serve by virtue of the Constitution in that House.
Thank you. You are correct, Minister. Proceed, Honorable Member. We agree with the Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable President, the scenes that we witnessed in this Parliament last week were despicable and have shamed our great nation and this institution that we care so greatly for. Unfortunately, this has been a long time coming, as I have watched as a member of this House for the last 11 years, the gradual erosion of authority and the undermining of the role it plays as a custodian of our hard-fought-for democracy. I have witnessed how debate has been stifled and the hard questions that the public wants answers to being conveniently ignored by the executive. Instead, what we witnessed last week in Parliament was the power of debate being replaced by the power of the state. Parliament is now no longer the institution through which parliamentarians representing the diverse will of the people can come together to find shared solutions to the many crises our country faces. Instead, the ANC has chosen to control this institution and even to attempt to control the message that is passed on to the public, shockingly demonstrated by your attempt to block the cell phone reception of journalists. All of this over a number of years have now brought us to the brink of a constitutional crisis, where the executive believes it can control Parliament rather than the other way round. Unfortunately, I have also seen the ANC agenda of control and coercion.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Greyling, please take your seat. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yeah,
what are you raising on?
I've been graciously standing up to ask a question to the Honorable Member.
Will you, Honorable Greyling, will you take a question?
I will take a question when the President will take a question. Thank you.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. Thank you. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Unfortunately, I have also seen the ANC agenda of control and coercion being displayed in the energy sector, which has in turn brought us to the electricity crisis that we sit with today. The ruling party believes that the best way to ensure the flow of electrons in our electricity sector is by exerting state monopoly control over it. Eskom enjoys a vertically integrated monopoly. Over 95% of electricity generation, owning and operating the entire transmission grid and distributing final power to over 42% of consumers in the country. Added to this state control is the Ministry of Energy that solely gets to determine what energy generation capacity is built and who ultimately ends up building it. But such total control brings great responsibility, though, and it is for that reason responsibility for this electricity crisis rests solely with the ANC, Honourable President. This crisis is not merely an inconvenience, as you stated last week, but a dire threat to our economic growth prospects, and will make a mockery of any attempts for us to deal with our challenge of overcoming poverty, creating jobs, and reducing inequality. Instead of the ANC's philosophy of control and coercion of the electricity sector, the DA believes that the best way to overcome this crisis is through entrenching the twin principles of competition and cooperation. The power of competition has been shown through the one successful energy program of the government, namely the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producers Program. This program saw prices drop by as much as 65% over the 3 bidding windows, and many of the projects were implemented in the space of just over a year and funded solely through the private sector. As the latest CSIR report has shown, this program saved Eskom 1 billion rand that it otherwise would have had to spend on diesel generation. This is the power of private sector competition, Honourable President and Honourable Ranto, and it needs to be extended to all areas of our sector while upscaling this program. In order for this to be truly successful, however, the second principle of cooperation also needs to be enshrined. This requires more than just calling on the private sector to help deal with the government-induced electricity crisis, but a complete institutional restructuring of the sector so that all actors in our society can have the confidence that their initiatives will be rewarded and that they have a level playing field to compete on. The DA believes that we urgently need consensus on an end-state vision for this sector and for legislation like the ISMO bill, which will take the grid away from Eskom, to finally be implemented. It also requires a greater role for larger municipalities to use their own balance sheets to secure a power purchase agreement with independent power producers. Municipalities also need to be rewarded for taking forward national objectives like energy efficiency. It is the concern of the DA, however, that the ANC will not abandon its ideology of control and coercion in the energy sector because it wants to ensure that it can take a slice of these large financial investments. We saw this in the case of Hitachi, where the ANC made a cool 50 million rand profit through a company that is directly responsible for the delays in the building of Medupi Power Station. We can also evidence it in the latest agreement signed with Russia over the nuclear build program that Russia proudly displays on its website while our government refuses to show it to us. I never thought Russia would be more transparent than South Africa, but such is the extent of the ANC's ideology of control and coercion. It also shows that Russia is proud of the agreement in that it gives them all the benefits while we take on all the risks of this 1 trillion rand project. Ultimately, the voters now have a stark choice between the ANC's control and coercion ideology, which has brought us this constitutional and electricity crisis, or the DA's approach of competition and cooperation that can finally lead us and our country to the true prosperity that. But I do want to say, Honourable Deputy Speaker, as this is my last speech in this House for the foreseeable future, that I trust that the members on this side of the House will do everything in their power to uphold the sanctity of this institution until I return. It has been an absolute privilege serving with all of you. I will miss you, but I will be back. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Enterprises, Lynn Brown.
Mr. President, Deputy President, Ministers, Deputy Ministers. In fact, I sometimes think Rescheduling lives in another country. And I'll tell you why. Honourable Rescheduling and the DA fights for privatization of Eskom continuously. Eskom, my dear honourable members, is the one entity that has been able to increase the number of people who have access to electricity by almost 11 million more households. In 20 years, we have been able to increase the number of electricity users in this country. Before 1984, for 100 years, 5.2 million households, largely the white minority, had access to electricity. And we couldn't have that with a privatized Eskom. We couldn't have that with a privatized Eskom. But let me also say, and households, many very poor people have access to electricity today because we have free basic services. In fact, let me also say to the Honourable Member Banga, who says that the DA stands for farm working farms, they have a kind of shareholding scheme in the Western Cape with farm workers, where farm workers can't even see the books. They are part shareholders in it. So it's spin and spin and spin, and it means nothing. I rise, Mr. President, to reinforce and expand upon what you've said in your State of the Nation address in relation to energy in general and the electricity supply challenge specifically, and to speak generally in favour of your address. Let me begin from what will seem like a highly unlikely starting point. Recently, I received an unsolicited email from Mr. Cami Fernandez, a retailer from Gordons Bay. Did your mummies not teach you not to speak when others speak? I received an unsolicited email from Mr. Cami Fernandez, a retailer from Gordons Bay. Mr. Cami Fernandez said, "It is sad that we are in a predicament with regards to Eskom. It is difficult to resolve immediately. Therefore, I offer an idea to reduce consumption without cost or inconvenience." His idea is based on the soft drink and beer drinking habits of South Africans. He proposes that we get rid of walk-in fridges in bottle stores, which for those who are unfamiliar with the side of liquor outlets are used to store mainly beer and soft drinks. On average, these are about 50 cubic meters in size and guzzle electricity. He continued, "It hurts my heart that we have to keep walk-in coolers to keep both cold drinks and beers cold, which are almost never consumed immediately. If we get rid of these fridges," he say, "we could reduce load shedding." I must tell you, Speaker, I initially laughed. However, when I read it, I began to appreciate his letter for a number of reasons. First, for the spirit of volunteerism. He wrote without thought of personal gain. Secondly, the spirit of 2010. His mindset was about overcoming huge challenges and not bemoaning his fate, like that side of the House does. Woe is me, we're having a bad time, that side of the House. Thirdly, he identified a significant part of the solution, changing our behavior and habits in relation to the use of electricity. He says that many South Africans expect soft drinks and beer to be chilled when they buy it, even when they are not likely to consume it soon. His solution changed the behavior and expectations of consumers and reduced demand for electricity. But don't worry, I will return to Mr. Fernandez later. Speaker, the government has made bold commitments to the country to reduce poverty, unemployment, and inequality. And so, in the face of this challenge, the Cabinet and our top officials have worked tirelessly recently to defend the gains we have made on these fronts. In fact, Mr. President, the Honourable Maimane himself said here today that South Africa is better today than it was 20 years ago. A huge credit to the ANC government. And we should thank him coming from the opposition benches for that acknowledgement. For example, in the current year, Eskom has added about 100,000 new households to the grid, in addition to the connections affected by municipalities, with many more to come before the year ends. The electricity supply challenge we face, when reduced to its simplest form, is that the demand for electricity is higher than the available supply, sometimes and on some days. As a result, Eskom reduces every consumer supply as equitably as possible for a part of the day through load shedding. What we need to do to get things back to the way they were until mid-October last year, increase supply and reduce demand to the point at which we always have more available electricity than the highest level of demand here. Now, look at supply first. The main problem is not that we do not have enough generating capacity. I've said in this house before, when all our power stations are up and running at the same time, we have much more electricity than the very highest level of demand in any year. To put that into numbers, we have about 15% more than we need now. Technically, that is referred to as the reserve margin, and globally, 15% is to be considered to be an acceptable level. The reason that one needs this additional generating capacity is to ensure that you have supply for two types of eventualities. I think your toys were taken away a long time ago. First, when you switch off some of the units in power plants so that you can maintain them and replace certain parts. Second, when a component of a power plant breaks down, like when a boiler collapses at Majuba Power Station. While one can plan, the highest you'd ever be is a whip, so be quiet. When one can plan the maintenance work in all utilities all over the world, units in power stations break down unexpectedly for a range of reasons. The main problem we are experiencing in the short term is that too much of the reserve margin is being used up to make good the losses of supply resulting from breakdowns. While we still have to use part of it to take our generating units within power stations for necessary planned maintenance. Over the past 6 years, the generating fleet has been run to meet demand while waiting for the new capacity to come online. What that means, the scheduled preventative maintenance has been delayed. I now know what they call the yappy class. There have been two main consequences. All they do is yap at my ankles, and I just hear the little peep sounds coming from the side. Over the past 6 years, the generating fleet has been run very hard to meet demand while waiting for new capacity to come online. What that means, scheduled preventative maintenance has been delayed. Now, there have been two main consequences. First, the good part. The lights have remained on. You have not noticed it. The bad part in the 6 years have been wear on the equipment at power stations. And this has increased to the point where we are experiencing unacceptably number of breakdowns. This practice has now been stopped. Eskom is now its preventative maintenance time, even if it results in load shedding. In this way, over time, you didn't speak today. Oh, that's why you're speaking. I almost forgot my shadow.
Speaker, I beg your pardon, Deputy Speaker.
In this way, over time,
Honorable Minister,
even if it results in load shedding.
Honorable Minister,
in this way,
please take your seat a little bit. What are you raising on, Honorable Member?
We would like to know if Mommy would take a question about Medupe.
I'm sure Daddy
Honorable
can use his time adequately somewhere else.
Proceed, Honorable Member. Order, Honorable Members, allow the Minister to complete his speech.
In pursuing course, they have my support and the support of important voices in the business sector. This is the hard, short-term choice that we have had to make in order to put load shedding behind us in the medium to long term. Speaker, it is imperative now that government, Eskom and our social partners pursue all other viable means of increasing supply. To this end, Cabinet has established a war room of ministers led by the Deputy President, and in this regard, there is some good news. First, Eskom has carried out emergency repairs at the Majuba power station. Majuba is now able to provide full power at the morning and evening peaks, and an average of 85% power during the day. Permanent repairs are underway to enable Majuba to provide full power during the day as well. Secondly, a procurement process is underway to replace the boiler at Eskom's Duva power station, which failed last year. And last year it failed, and it had many insurance issues with international insurance companies. Thirdly, Eskom is expediting Yapi. Eskom is expediting its program of building Medupi, Kusile, and Ngula power stations, which are scheduled to add an additional 10,000 megawatts to the grid between June 2015 and May 2020. So, Speaker, I am very pleased to announce...
Honourable Minister, please take a seat. Honourable Member, what are you raising on?
Is the Minister of Load Shedding prepared to take a question?
When she arrives in the room. Speaker, I'm very pleased to announce that the Medupi Unit 6 in commissioning I want to tell you this. When Medupi Unit 6 commissioning has reached a critical milestone, it is now running at the optimum speed of 3,000 revolutions per minute. And I really think you should say well done to Eskom. Fourthly, government and Eskom are committed to working with the private sector and power producers to add further supply to the grid. In support of this, government is fast-tracking regulatory processes to enable the current cogen contracts between Eskom and private sector power producers. And the first ones need to be renewed, and the next we'll have to bring additional cogen on. This will augment the grid as well. By April 2015, this will add 1,000 megawatts. Fifth, the government is currently running a process of procuring additional longer-term cogeneration from private sector independent power producers. There has been an incredibly good response to the request for expressions of interest. And it is envisaged that this will add 800 megawatts more to the grid over the next 18 months. Sixth, the government is expediting the process of bringing more renewable energy IPPs onto the grid through its third and fourth renewable energy procurement, and by accelerating the completion of the construction of approved renewable energy projects. An additional 1,100 megawatts will be brought onto the grid from the fourth renewable energy procurement window. The Department of Energy has issued a request for proposals to IPPs for a new 2,400 megawatt coal-fired power station. And of course, we're in the pre-procurement stage of a process of procuring 9,600 megawatt of nuclear power. Finally, and the DA doesn't like to know that we're doing something, they really want to know we do nothing. The government is also working with Eskom, Transnet, and PetroSA on a number of initiatives to increase electricity supply from gas-fired power stations and from hydro. Deputy Speaker, all of these supply-related initiatives should see us emerge from our current electricity supply challenge over the medium term. Speaker, let me now turn to the matter of the demand for electricity and in particular to ways of reducing it. The expression of interest process is underway to identify a range of demand management initiatives, including solar water heating and the replacement of light bulbs and geysers. Government is also in discussion with business and labour regarding the feasibility of other innovative proposals for reducing demand periods, such as making changes to shift times. And it will be remiss of me if I do not applaud our biggest business consumers and for the magnificent way in which they have responded to Eskom and government's appeals to reduce demand, sometimes at short notice, at critical times. Eskom and municipalities are working closely to improve the management of load shedding. This includes better isolation of critical facilities such as hospitals, better traffic management, improving communication, creating greater predictability. Remember the only province where jobs were lost was in the Western Cape. However, Speaker, a significant part of the solution is in the hands of citizens who consume electricity in their homes and their businesses. Mr. Fernandez had seen that many of us use electricity wastefully and unnecessarily without really thinking about it. Why is the DA so angry? You didn't win the election. You don't run the country. You got less than 50% that you thought you were going to get. When you run the country, don't finger at me.
Sorry, Minister, will you take a question?
His idea on its own.
Who gave you permission to speak? Take member.
Deputy Speaker, will the Minister take a question?
At the end of my speech, his idea on its own. No. I'm just appalled at how rude you are. That's all. His idea on his own, if implemented, is unlikely to halt the need for load shedding. If we all follow Mr. Fernandez's example collectively, we will reduce demand to a level which may well reduce the need for load shedding. Demand reduction has been one of the most effective tools employed by consumers in countries that are experiencing similar challenges. This means that we must all do all the things that we have been asked to do, like installing energy-efficient light bulbs in houses and offices, turning off our geysers when we go away, especially those of you who live in mansions, turning off the lights in our houses at night, not using your air conditioners, use rather than electricity for cooking and heating. And of course, now that we have a joint sitting, to every single municipality, switch off your street lights during the day. Street lights, whether I'm in Gauteng or the Western Cape, street lights burn during the day. It's not necessary. So as Mr. Fernandez concluded his email by capturing the essence of my message, he wrote, and I quote, "It is a small price to pay for everybody to benefit." I focus mainly on generation, Deputy Speaker. However, I do want to turn briefly to a very worrying trend on the distribution front.
Make it briefly, Honorable Minister, because yes, your time is limited.
Speaker, once again, I know these SONA debates are adversarial, but I believe that one issue on which we should all be pulling together in the best interests of all of those whom we represent, and that is energy. I urge all citizens to follow the lead taken by Cami Fernandez. Thank you.
Sorry, Deputy Speaker, does the Minister have time remaining for a question?
Her time is gone, sir. That you can ask me. Her time is finished, please. Take your seat here. Honorable President, Deputy President, honorable members, I think you deserve a break for 15 minutes. Let's come back after 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
lalela fanele mangabe khulunywa ngemakhalakoni nemalamuleki baveze
Uyabona
bathi ikhamera izobheka la ngakumina.
Huh?
Thank you, honorable members. The Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
Deputy Speaker, Honorable President, colleagues, let me start by congratulating our President for the successful delivery of his State of the Nation address, which was well received by the majority of our people, as can be judged from the many positive comments that were made over the past weekend. Your address, Mr. President, outlined a coherent set of achievements and programs going forward in pursuit of the goal of promoting a better life for all. In your address, you asked us all to join you in celebrating the 60th anniversary or Diamond Jubilee of the adoption of the Freedom Charter, when you declared that this year is the year of, and I quote, the Freedom Charter and radical economic transformation, end quote. 60 years later, we celebrate the unity of our people and the pronouncement of, of the Freedom Charter which found expression in our Constitution, as can be deducted from its preamble, which states, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of the past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, and respect those who have worked to and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity," end quote. This preamble has its foundation in the Freedom Charter. We support the initiative alluded to by the Minister of Arts and Culture of teaching our children at school to recite the preamble as part of the curriculum. Central to the establishment of a legal and just order, the Freedom Charter pronounces as follows, and I quote, "All national groups shall have equal rights. The people shall share in the country's wealth. All shall be equal before the law. All shall enjoy equal human rights." The National Development Plan adopted in 2011, ushered in by your government, Mr. President, and endorsed by the majority of our people, including, incidentally, opposition parties represented here, not only reiterates this seamless vision, but puts forward formidable action steps for its full and effective realization, and depicts an end state envisaged by Vision 2030, namely that, and I quote, "In 2030, people living in South Africa feel safe and have no fear of crime. They are safe at home, at school, at work, and enjoy an active community life free of fear. Women can walk freely in the streets, and children can play safely outside. The police service, well-resourced professional institution staffed with highly skilled officers who value their work, serve the community, safeguard life and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence, the rights of all to equality and justice." President, Thursday you also alluded an integrated justice system and its capacity to fight crime and corruption. The NDP is an overarching policy that guides in the implementation of programs aimed at the realization of the goals of our Constitution. To this end, we made the following strides in the past 21 years. We have demilitarized the police, adopted a corrective rehabilitation in the management of offenders, transformed the justice system so as to enhance representativity and access to justice by this, the rationalization of magisterial districts, which we launched in Diepsloot in December 1st last year, built over 53 new courts, mainly in rural areas and townships, as part of the comprehensive infrastructure build program that you, President, has been at the helm of promoting since you took office. Constructed and are in the process of constructing new high courts in Limpopo and Mpumalanga, which for the first time will have high courts of their own, which and which are due, my apologies, and which are due to be unveiled in 2015 and 2016 respectively. The Office of the Chief Justice has been proclaimed as a separate state department to ensure the efficiency of the courts and the independence of the judiciary. The NPA continues to exercise its powers and functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. It does so from the mandate it derives from the Constitution and the law. We, however, are on course in addressing the leadership challenges currently facing that institution. We are talking about an NPA whose performance continues to improve, for example, by achieving 94.4% conviction rate in complex commercial crimes during the third quarter of the current financial year and exceeding its target of 93%. Is this a broken NPA, Honorable Maimane? Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, over the past 20 years of democracy, has been an outflow of legislation, policies, and jurisprudence emanating from the three arms of the state, which gives effect to the Constitution. This includes the enactment of the Constitution's 17th Amendment Act, the Superior Courts Act, the Legal Practice Act, and the new Legal Aid Act, all of which were passed by the Fourth Democratic Parliament towards the conclusion of the second decade of our democracy, quite appropriately so. Honorable Deputy Speaker, one of the national priorities flowing from the NDP is the need for youth employment, which must not be overlooked, given the challenges that confront our youth today. A youthful population gainfully employed contributes directly to the lessening of inequality in incomes and access to opportunity, thereby enhancing the prospects for social coherence, cohesion, and stability, and reducing socially motivated crime. In line with the government's priorities, the Peace and Stability Cluster continues to make a positive contribution in addressing youth unemployment. Let me, in this regard, for example, highlight some of the achievements. 980 learners have been permanently appointed into entry-level positions within within learnership programs of correctional services. Some 446 youth trained as correctional officers, 900 learners commenced their learnership programs, program training in February 2014. 55 unemployed law graduates have been placed in internship to provide capacity on the newly introduced court-annexed mediation program, which seeks to make litigation more affordable and accessible to ordinary people who cannot afford the costs of pursuing civil litigation. 416 interns have been placed across various sections within the Department of Justice and Institutional Development to gain exposure in the various components of the department. Some 200 unemployed paralegals have been placed at the courts and get exposure to and provide capacity on quasi-judicial processes. And the list goes on and on. Honorable Deputy Speaker, no functional and self-respecting state or nation will ever condone anarchy resulting from the use of violence, even in the case of legitimate and constitutional rights of protest, freedom of expression, association, or conscience. We therefore condemn in the strongest terms the violent acts against fellow citizens, the burning of public infrastructure, severe disruption of services. Incidents of this nature have in recent times had the effect of disrupting schooling of our children who fear the brunt, or rather who face the brunt of this suffering. Their acts are not different from what Honorable said in his speech when he said, when he agitated for the unlawful and criminal conduct of so-called land grabs. It is irresponsible for a leader, especially who represents an important sector within our community, to encourage lawlessness in a democratic country that is subject to the rule of law. The African National Congress condemns in the strongest terms the recent spate of violence in Soweto and many other areas where this incident occurred, amongst others, the looting of shops, the displacement of foreign nationals,
Honorable
and other
Minister.
incidents of public violence.
Can you just take your seat, Honorable Minister?
We were told that this is the year of the Freedom Charter. And now we're told that the Freedom Charter is illegal. I ask you, the Freedom Charter says that people can occupy land wherever they choose.
Honorable Josie, may you take your seat,
So the minister must tell us, is that
Honorable
illegal?
Josie.
Is that
Honorable Josie, may you please take your
we
seat?
must not
That's
allow
not a
the
point of
rubbishing of
order.
the Freedom Charter like that.
Can you please take your seat? That's not a point of order because now you are debating. Can you allow the minister to please continue with his debate? Minister, can you continue?
As government, we are ensuring that the South African services act decisively and with standards on people involved in acts of vandalism, intimidation, or any other type of public disorder. All holders in society must be part of the solution and exercise restraint when dealing with these matters in order to ensure that none amongst us exacerbates the situation by escalating tensions in an already sensitive situation. Honorable Chairperson, what we witnessed on Thursday night during the State of the Nation address was unfortunate and unprecedented. The unholy alliance of the DA and the EFF has clearly conspired to achieve to achieve anarchy, and the two were at pains to outdo each other in their attempts
Honorable Minister,
On a point of order,
just
Chairperson.
hold. Let me hear the point of order.
So, Minister, you must sit, Minister.
No. It is not
So
for you to
are
tell them.
condemning women being beaten up by men.
Honorable
You are
member.
condemning women being beaten
Honorable
up
member.
by men. Is that what you
Honorable
are saying?
member. Honorable
In this
member.
parliament, you are condemning
Honorable
that.
member, order.
You are condemning that.
Order, honorable member. Order, honorable members. May we please avoid a situation of addressing the member who is on the podium.
But Honorable Chair, the procedure has a point of order raised here. Whoever is on the podium must sit down. So next time when there's a point of order, you must instruct whoever is there to sit down.
Fine. I take the point, but equally so, it will be incorrect for a member to stand up and instruct the member who's on the podium to sit down. It is my responsibility to do that. So may you please also respect the fact that it is the responsibility of the presiding officer. Honorable Minister, the debate.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we need to respect the will of the people. In this case, the people chose the ANC to lead government. For the ANC, this is an activist parliament, and we have the mandate of the majority to change the lives of our people for the better. The opposition perceives...
Just hold, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, may we just respect the decorum of the House. There's nothing wrong to check, but do not disturb the Speaker. Please. May we allow the Speaker just to speak to what the Speaker is saying. Honorable Minister, may you proceed with the debate.
I think this just confirms the opposition's perception of Parliament as a forum of confrontation rather than a place where to promote the better life for our people and to transform society for the better. They continuously lack the depth of understanding the character of nation building and transformation and seek to ensure non-cooperation. The Constitution, as the supreme law of the country, stipulates in Chapter 8 that Parliament must provide a national forum for public consideration of issues, not a place to howl each other, by the way. The vision of Parliament is to build an effective people's parliament that is responsive to the needs of the people and is driven by the ideal of realizing a better life. The people of South Africa chose the ANC to govern, and no one should have illusions of minority rule we have seen from this parliament by members of some members of the opposition parties wanting to rule from the benches by questioning the constitutionality and legitimacy of calling security services, for example, in this House, at the sanctioning of presiding officers to keep the peace and order. Section 199 of the Constitution, which deals with security services, refers to a single defense force, a single police service, and any intelligence service established in terms of the Constitution. So even if the South African National Defense Force can be deployed in Parliament, as long as the intervention is necessary, justifiable, and sanctioned by presiding officers, it is perfectly legitimate.
Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Minister.
On a point of order.
Can you take your seat, Honorable Minister? What point is that, Honorable Member?
The point of order is that the Honorable Member is now reflecting on a matter
that is sub judice, it's in court, and it's under investigation, parliamentary oversight authority. And we've got a member here who has not been eating for some 4 days today because the jaws are broken by the police of the President Zuma. And now he's reinstating that. Can he withdraw this?
Can you take a seat?
What you are saying?
Can you take a seat, honourable member? Honourable members, the rules of Parliament, of course, does state that if a matter is before a court of law, a reference be made to that matter in Parliament. However, I must make the point that the matter that the member is referring to, I'm not sure whether if it is so, I would request that the member speaking at the moment should refrain from referring to the matter if the matter is before the courts. Can you proceed with the debate, honourable member?
Deputy Chair, I can just confirm that I am not aware as to which matter is or is not before a court, and would be more than happy to be provided with evidence to that effect. But for the time being, I am from referring to that matter. Section 4 of the powers and okay. In the light of the consent, let me
just
skip
hold,
that.
honourable minister. Honourable Lema.
No, but you can't sit back and allow. We said when
Can
we
you
call
take your
order,
seat?
this comrade must
Can
sit
you
down.
take? No. May you allow me to ask the minister
No,
to
he must
take his
sit
seat?
down. Sit down, Chief. Sit down, please. It's a rule.
Honourable Malema.
You must know the rules.
Honourable
man.
Malema.
You are justice
Honourable
without
Malema,
rules.
you're out of
sit
order.
down.
Honourable Malema, you're out
Please,
of order now. You are out of order now. I mean, I have made it clear earlier on that it is my responsibility to request the member to take his seat.
Do your job. Do your job, Chief.
Honourable member, can you take your seat? Honourable Minister, can you continue with the debate?
The problem with the Fifth Parliament is that, unlike previous parliaments, who were ordered to leave by a presiding officer, did so. In the current parliament, firstly, the EFF, DA members have on numerous occasions refused to do so or to obey any other legitimate directive by a presiding officer. Previously, the Speaker...
Chair.
Honourable Minister, can you take a seat? Can I hear the order, ma'am?
After what the minister has just said, it's just because now the members of this parliament, they are targets. Their pictures are used as targets by the SAPS because they are taking instruction from the minister.
What is the point of order, ma'am?
That is the point of order.
No, it was not a point of order. Okay, Honourable Minister, do you know the debate?
I think it's about time the AFF learned to take the heat as much as it chooses to unleash heat on other people. Sometimes they say if you don't like the heat,
Honourable
stay out of the
Minister,
kitchen.
may you take a seat? Let me take the point of order.
You know, Honourable Chair, we are dealing with a very sensitive matter here where we have our member in hospital. And the minister stand up here to justify illegal actions committed by police under illegal instructions of the Speaker. I think it's out of order.
Chair?
Because that matter is very sensitive. A female has been assaulted. A woman has been assaulted, Chair. I want you to rule on that.
What is the point of order?
A point of order is that this comrade is talking about sensitive matters here.
Okay, no, that's
this
not,
comrade,
that's
there
not
is a
point of
person
order.
in hospital
Honourable Malema, may you take your seat?
assaulted by police
May you take your seat?
on the
That's not a point
instructions of
order.
the Speaker.
May you take your seat? That's not a point of order. Minister, may you continue the debate?
Honourable Chairperson.
Honourable Minister, may you take your seat? Let me take the...
You have ruled earlier that if the matter truly so is before the courts, the minister should refrain. I can confirm to you that a criminal case has been opened against the Speaker and the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces.
Honorable Kadi, may you take a seat, Honorable Kadi.
And he should stop referring to this matter.
Just take a seat, Honorable Kadi. Honorable members, may I make this point again? We refrain from making any inferences or reference to any matter that may be before a court of law or registered with the case of the police.
Chair.
To speak, I'm still speaking. At the moment, we are not sure of anything that has been brought before the presiding officers as a matter. So I will request, if we are not certain, or anybody who stands before the podium and not being certain on a matter that has been brought before our attention, that we refrain from doing that.
Honorable
May we
Chair.
allow, the matter has not been officially brought to the attention of the
Said we
officer.
must do so if we've got, the minister himself said that if we've got evidence, we should give the evidence.
May I take
Here is a court case,
Honorable
a
Surti?
police statement.
May I recognize Honorable Shivambo?
South African police.
Can you take a seat, Honorable
So can you
Shivambo?
please tell him to shut up on those
Can you
issues?
take a seat?
Issues, please.
Can you take a seat? Did you say the minister should shut up?
I said he must keep quiet on those issues because it's before.
No.
Before
No.
the-
Can you
the
confirm?
judiciary.
Can you confirm with me? Did I hear the word shut up? Did you use the word shut up?
I did say, Chair, shut up, but
May you withdraw the word if you used it? Shut
Yes,
up.
I withdraw the word shut up and
Thank you
then
very much. Then
say he must keep quiet on that issue.
Take your seat, Honorable Member. May I recognize the Honorable Surti?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Deputy Chairperson, we have heard concerns being raised by members of the opposition about the sanctity of this House. We have heard about the importance of freedom of expression and the importance of creating stability in this democratic environment. The question, the issue, this is purely, this is a protection.
No, honorable members. You see, that's exactly what I cautioned members on earlier on. Even before they raise their point of order, they will build up to the point. May you allow me to hear what Honorable Surti wants to say as a point of order that he raised.
And
Honorable Surti.
The point of order, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, is the fact Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, is entitled in terms of the rules to reflect on the Constitution and the Act in terms of power. He did not, in his statement, refer to or reflect on any pending case, seeking to influence any particular outcome, and indeed what he had conveyed to the House. Honorable, this is the unruly conduct.
On a point of order.
From the honourable members.
I'm still taking the order.
I am still addressing the. Sit down, sir. Thank you very much. The point of order is that the point of order raised by the Honourable Malema and his colleagues have absolutely no substance within the rules. And therefore, there is no reason, and I say that with the greatest of respect, and I know the truth hurts. That is why they will continue to
Chair.
Okay.
They do not want, the only voices that they seek to hear
Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Surti. Okay, thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, I shall sit down when I'm instructed to do so.
Okay. Yep. Honourable members, may you all take your seats.
I am not going to be harassed or intimidated by the Honourable members. And I will have to say what I'm going to say.
May we all take your seats. Honourable members.
Yeah.
Honourable Malema, can you take your seat, please?
Come, I'm not afraid.
Can you conclude the order point?
The point of order, Honourable Chairperson, and the point of argument is that there is no legitimate basis for the honourable members to raise...
Chairperson. Honourable Suti, may you take
Chairperson.
your seat, please?
Would you
May
like...
you, may you all take your seats?
Thank you so much.
May you all take your seats? All of you.
Nobody must not do that.
May you all take your seats? No, may you all take your seats? May I just request one thing, honourable members? Here is an honourable member who's on the podium as we speak. And it is important for us to allow him to conclude his speech. May we give him that opportunity to conclude his speech.
Chair, we are rising on a point of order, Chair. Can we be recognized?
What would be the point of order?
Thank you very much. Look, Chairperson, we put it to you that the matter of police coming into the House to physically arrest and remove members is in front of court. We put it to you. And we are producing evidence.
Honourable members.
We're saying, can I finish, Chair?
Okay.
Because when the minister was speaking, you were allowing him to talk. Now I'm talking.
No, speak.
Therefore, we're not trying to disrupt the speaking. We're trying to have the minister speak, but perform that speaking within the rules. The matter is care, and you ruled earlier on that we should refrain from speaking. Now, it's sensitive to us because it has implications. It's us who were removed.
You see, now you are presenting a speech as well.
We're asking you to rule on that matter that is in front of the court, and the minister refraining from speaking about it.
Honourable members, may we all take our seats. Just calm down, calm down.
Chair, can I address you?
No, calm down. Let me respond to that. There's an order that was raised
But
before
I'm going to help you.
No. Honourable members, I made the point earlier on to say that as we speak, as I sit here, or as I'm seated here, as a presiding officers, we are not aware of any matter that has been brought to the attention of the presiding as a matter that is before the courts. And I am saying, and I'm requesting this House just to respect that order, to say that any matter that we are not sure of, may we restrain ourselves from engaging with such matters. May we respect that order. Honourable Minister, may you proceed with the debate.
Chair, please, Chair, just briefly. The DA sent a letter to the Speaker to investigate this matter.
All right.
To the powers and privilege. On our matter, which was before the powers and privilege, when we tried to raise issues here, we're told that the matter is with the powers and privilege. Despite the issue of the court, he's trying to influence the outcome of a possible investigation by powers and privileges committee.
All right.
The Minister of Justice, please.
Honourable members. You see, that's where the problem is. Are you saying that you are challenging the ruling that I made on this particular matter? So may we therefore, including everybody, just respect that order and allow the minister to conclude his debate. You are not going to allow the ruling to continue. Is it what you are saying to me, Honourable Fanzi?
On a point of order, and I'll give it to you, not like the Honourable Minister Surti was allowed to get away with. It's 14Q. Papers were served on the Speaker yesterday. Her office signed for them. If she hasn't given you that information, that's not our problem. There is a decision pending.
Honourable member.
But second, can I please finish?
Honourable member, you are
Can I please finish?
You are out of order.
No. You are out of order. You are out of order.
You are out of order, honourable member.
Can I please?
You are out
Can
of
I
order.
please finish?
You are out of order.
Can I please finish?
Can you take your seat, please?
Can I please finish?
Can you take your seat?
No, I will not. Can I please
Can you
finish?
take your seat,
I will not take my seat. I will not take my seat.
Honourable member.
I would like to finish my point of order, as is my right as a member of this House.
Honourable member.
I would like to finish my point of order, as is my right as a member of this House.
Honourable member. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, I request you to take your seat.
I'm requesting you to allow me to finish my point of order, as is my right as a member of the House, and the same right you extended to Minister Surti. Same right you extended to
Honorable Chief Whip, may we please take your seat?
I'm not finished my point of order. You're obliged to hear my point of order.
Honorable Chief Whip.
You are obliged to hear my point of order.
Honorable Chief Whip, I am requesting you to take your seat.
Would like to finish the point of order that I was making. I would like to request you to make a ruling on a matter.
Because the reason why I'm requesting you to take is because I want to believe now that your point seeks to challenge the ruling that
No,
I
it
made
doesn't.
earlier.
I'm asking you to make a ruling.
I have made a ruling on this matter.
You haven't even heard what the point of order I'd like to take is.
I have heard it.
And you have not. You didn't let me finish. You interrupted me and didn't let me finish. You to make a ruling, House Chair, whether the point of order raised by the Honourable Surti was in fact a valid point of order. Can you please rule on that matter?
Honourable members,
Honourable Speaker,
Honourable members,
Honourable Speaker, may I address you?
Honourable Motera.
Honourable Deputy Chair, any matter that is before any court has a case number. Can we be given case numbers of the matter for the court?
Honourable members, order, honourable members. I had made a ruling earlier on this particular matter. I have made a ruling on this matter. And I said, secondly, that I'm beginning to get a feeling that members are now challenging the ruling that I made earlier on with regard to this matter. And it is a matter that, of course, if, as I raised it, I addressed everybody, including the member who's on the podium as we speak. That is why my decision is that we allow the member to speak and to conclude his debate.
Case number?
Honourable Malema, take your seat, please. Please take your seat. Honourable Minister, can you conclude your debate?
Chairperson, this is a different point of order. May I be recognized,
Chairperson,
please?
I'll save the opposition benches, the agony.
May I take this point, Honourable?
Thank you, Chair. It's a different point of order. Chair, we've seen in this House how the decorum has deteriorated since the election. And one of the issues that has come up time and time again, and even the Deputy President recognized this in his agreement with opposition parties, was the inconsistency of the rules being applied to members on different sides of the House by the chairs. And we saw a classic example, right, when you allowed the Deputy Minister of Basic Education to wax lyrical on a point of order while you shut down the opposition. And I'm asking and I'm pleading that in future, presiding officers apply the rules equally for members on both sides of the House. Thank you very much.
Point taken. Honourable Nalin. Just hold it, Honourable Minister.
I think, thank you. It would have been helpful if the Chief Whip of the opposition had been allowed to read 14Q. Because it says, no member shall reflect on the merits of any matter on which a judicial decision is pending. Not when you have preferred charges, but a judicial decision is pending. So it would have helped.
Honourable members, may you please take your seat again. I'm requesting you. I'm pleading with you. No. May you...
Chair.
No. I'm not going to allow a dialogue.
Allow them to speak.
No, let me not allow a dialogue. Because I've been allowing members as have been rising on point of orders. So I am requesting you to take your seats. I'm requesting you to take your seats. Honorable members.
I've got a case number here.
Honorable. Honorable
I've got a
Malema,
case
come on.
number here.
No, come on, Honorable Malema.
Please.
No.
A judicial decision is pending. I've got a case number here.
Honorable Malema.
People will be arrested.
Honorable Malema. Order. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, I had made a ruling earlier on. I had made a ruling earlier on a matter that has been brought to my attention. And I'm requesting even the member in the podium to refrain from a matter that we are not sure of as to whether it is before the judiciary or not. May we allow the member to continue with the debate. Please.
Chairperson, I asked you for a ruling on whether Deputy Minister Surtay's point of order was a valid point of order.
Has this member been recognized,
You heard.
Chairperson?
Sorry,
I
I'm
had
dealing with the
said,
chair, not
I
you.
had made a ruling on the matter to say it was more of a statement.
I want to know, is it a point of order or not?
Has this member been recognized, Chairperson, to speak?
Honorable,
Sit down, man.
Honorable Minister, take your seat first. Honorable Chief Whip.
I would just like a ruling on whether Deputy Minister Surtay's intervention as point of order was a valid point of order.
I had allowed the minister, but in the midst of raising his point of order, at the beginning, he raised issues. But at the end, he raised a point of order in which he said it is not important and it is not for members to intimidate other members when they want to speak, and for which is a valid point of order. I had ruled on that.
Sorry, what rule are you applying there? What rule did he re-rise on?
Honourable Member, may you take your seat
No,
now?
I'm not going to take your seat.
Because now you are challenging
I'm not.
me now.
You can send the police in here to take me out. I want a ruling on this matter.
Honourable Member.
If you want to send the police in here again to take me out, you can. I want to know what rule, because this is important, because you're creating precedent in this House now. To know what rule it is that you cannot intimidate members. Can you please point it to me in the joint rules? I can't find it.
No, order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Honourable members, I'm going to allow the minister to hear the debate. Can you conclude your debate, honourable minister? I had made a ruling.
No,
I had made a ruling.
With respect, House Chair.
Just take your seat, honourable member.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Take your seat, honourable.
I will
honourable
make sure.
Minister.
I will make sure that.
Honourable Minister, take your seat, please. Take your seat. Honourable members, I have made a ruling.
But which rule have you applied, House Chair? That's all I'm asking you to tell us.
And the ruling that I have made, it is such that the minister's point of order of cautioning us from not intimidating each other with regard to how we engage in the debate, it is an order that I carried. And I'm carrying that order. Honorable Butelis.
Honorable Chairperson, with all the humility I can muster, I would like to appeal with all humility to members of this assembly not to make monkeys out of us. I think that is the first time that I've seen anyone in the last more than 20 years bickering with the if we establish the habit of bickering with the presiding officer, there can't be any order here. And we're wasting our own time in doing so. I appeal with our appeal. It's no longer the apartheid era where you...
Okay.
No longer apartheid era. Okay. No longer apartheid era where a young man like this can do this, at my age.
Chairperson, I am going to save the opposition of all the agony that they've been causing unto themselves. A huge storm in a teacup, completely unnecessary. Let me begin by indicating that the simple point we're making as the African National Congress is as long as we enjoy the mandate that has been expressed freely by our people to lead this country, we will do so, we'll execute this mandate with confidence, and we shall ensure that working with our courts, working with all our institutions of democracy, we uphold the rules of law, the rule of law and the Constitution. The Latin maxim, for those who are interested, enthusiasts, says, fiat justitia ruat Callium, which simply translates, let justice be done though the heavens fall. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, may you continue the debate?
Chairperson, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, and members. What happened last Thursday in this House was extremely disappointing, shocking, and painful as we watched Parliament degenerate into chaos. Never before since the advent of democracy has the State of the Nation address been interrupted, nor have we seen journalists hindered from executing their duties by the jamming of cell phone signals to prevent reporting on what was happening in Parliament. When the President finally took the podium, we expected him to strongly condemn the unacceptable and embarrassing developments he just witnessed. But he said nothing and appeared to laugh everything off. At the very least, we would have expected him to reassure the nation of his commitment to protecting media freedom. Now that we presiding officers were aware of the use of the jamming device in the building, we want to know why it was used, who installed it, and on whose instruction. I'm joined by many in praying that our Parliament will never experience such a chaotic spectacle again. And for this to happen, members of Parliament must all make introspection and commit to building and not destabilizing both nations. We must learn to respect each other, and when we disagree, we should remember that we are not enemies. Chairperson, we hear what the Minister has said about ESCOM, but the nation still remains extremely concerned that the ongoing load shedding by ESCOM will in time lead to total blackout. This is not just an energy challenge, we are facing a serious crisis. ESCOM officials have repeatedly said we are going to have load shedding for the next 3 years, and experts have warned that if the national grid does collapse, it will take between 2 and 3 weeks to get it running again. Without electricity will mean 3 weeks without the most basic necessities, such as clean drinking water, petrol, healthcare, and many other essentials. Honorable President, companies are losing business and are at the risk of having to retrench staff. We need solutions. We need successful businesses that provide opportunities for employment, and for this, we need a secure and stable supply of electricity. Energy is the bedrock of economy. Reliable and sustainable energy. There can be no development, no economic growth, no job opportunities, and consequently, no poverty alleviation. The ACDP proposes the following as part of the solution. Number one, maintenance at ESCOM must be increased substantially, and highly skilled and all experienced engineers must be brought in urgently to address the problems. Secondly, government needs to open all sectors of the market to independent power producers and urgently put enabling legislation in place to facilitate this move to release the stranglehold of the ESCOM monopoly. Thirdly, government needs to invest in strengthening transmission and distribution, as even the procurement of independent power production is limited by the lack of transmission line capability. The ACDP is aware of the sensitivity around land and property ownership, and that is an issue weighing heavily on the hearts of our people. We do, however, against policy that will threaten food security and undermine foreign investment. Looking broader than our own situation, Chairperson, our hearts were broken by the reports and pictures of 21 Coptic Egyptian Christians killed in Libya. Every year, approximately 100,000 Christians die for their religious beliefs in countries like Nigeria, Cameroon, Sudan, Somalia, and Egypt. In the same week, the Paris attacks on Charlie Hebdo left 17 people dead. Amnesty International
Honourable
reported...
Member, your time is up. Honourable van Lingen.
Chairperson, on a point of order, if I
Yes.
may, can I address you?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, there's 37 men outside this door. Please, right, please. And there's another 15 outside that door. And I would like to know from you...
What's the point of order?
Are they here to intimidate Parliament?
No, what's the point of order?
How
No,
can
no,
we
no.
have-
Honourable members.
The point...
Honourable members, order. I want to get the point of order.
How can we have...
What is the point of order?
How can we have a debate where we exchange ideas, and sometimes robustly, with the fear, intimidated by men standing outside that could come into this chamber at any time?
Honourable member, may I take that not as a point of order? May you continue with the debate, Honourable van Lingen. Honourable van Lingen, can you continue with the debate, please?
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the local elections of 2016 will see a two-way contest between the DA's brand of good governance and the ANC's failure to govern effectively at local level. However, as we draw closer to local government election, we must not sidestep the contentious issue of municipal demarcation, especially when discussing the state of the nation. The Assembly supports the constitutional provision for redemarcation of municipal boundaries. This must be based on a thorough assessment of the ability of our municipalities to provide South Africans with better service delivery. What we do not support is using a democratic process to hold on to political power. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, there is a lack of leadership, poor governance and a breakdown of service delivery across ANC-run municipalities. In 'n demokrasie lê die keuse tussen swak bestuur en goeie regering by die kiesers. In die ANC-demokrasie daarenteen word daar ondermyn, gemanipuleer en deur skuiwergate gekruip om vir beter aan mag vas te klou, terwyl meer en meer mag van die mense daar buite weggeneem word. The big question is whether the current round of municipal demarcation will improve service delivery and ultimately whether it will improve the lives of South Africans. But where do we start? The ANC seems to be using this process as an exercise to avoid dealing with the real reasons why municipalities are failing. Why are the ANC provincial and national governments not holding municipalities accountable for their dismal performance? And why, where the DA governs, do we not have failing municipalities and bad service delivery? In ANC municipalities like Makana in the Eastern Cape and Ngaka Modiri Molema in the Northwest, there is no accountability, no political will to deal with mismanagement and planning. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the President's promise to good governance and accountability in municipalities runs counter to the assessment of widespread financial mismanagement, specifically in ANC-run municipalities. Most of the municipalities are in financial distress, and their municipal managers are underqualified and overpaid. How can 170 chief financial officers out of the 278 not have adequate qualifications to do their jobs in spite of regulations and legislation? In the DA-run Western Cape, our track record is clear, Honourable Ace Magashule. We excel in clean audit outcomes, proving that we are still the best run in South Africa, better than the Free State. How long will the ANC wait before they can tell South Africans they can do the same, or perhaps better? Unless corrupt, incompetent civil servants and cadres are removed, sanctioned, and blacklisted, good governance will remain elusive. In the previous SONA, and the President is not here to hear this, he referred to 23 municipalities in distress. The truth is that all these municipalities are district municipalities, and that there are, in fact, 112 municipalities under those district municipalities. So the President used the truth rather sparingly, Honourable Deputy Chair. It is a clear indication that the ANC is failing at local government and is also failing people on the ground. This is the reason why the Honourable Cocter Minister has proposed 31 boundary changes since January this year. In real terms, this will affect 112 municipalities. What is of great importance is that this demarcation process normally takes place in the first 2 years of a municipal election cycle of 5 years, when sufficient time is given for public participation, objection, and possible litigation. The Minister is now proposing to cram this 24-month due process cycle into 6 months, for the deadline for the end of July has been set to finalise municipal boundaries. One must take cognizance of this rush, because the local government elections cannot take place more than 3 months after May 2016, which means no later than August 2016. Reeds in Augustus 2011 is munisipaliteite kennisgewings uitgestuur van die afbakeningsraad dat dit 'n laaste geleentheid sou wees om voorstelle in te dien ten opsigte van grensverskuiwings. Maar ewe skielik besluit die vreesbevange Cocter minister in 'n poging om die ANC se rampspoedige plaaslike regeringsrekord te verdoesel om nie meer gehoor te gee aan die grondwet of die munisipale strukturewet of die munisipale finansiële bestuurwet ensovoorts nie. Is die ANC besig om bang te raak, of is hulle besig om ons 'n rad voor die oë te draai? As daar geen politieke wil of daad is om die ANC se mislukkings reg te stel nie, verdien die ANC nie om te regeer nie. Through all this, the President is paying lip service to eradicating corruption, and there is no commitment to applying the law to sort out poor service delivery and maladministration at local government level. It is easy to see that the reason for the current proposed demarcation of municipalities is to centralize authority, to amalgamate dysfunctional municipalities into bigger disasters, and to run away from the true responsibility of accountability and good governance. If the ANC succeeds in their gerrymandering, wards will become larger, local councillors will be thinly stretched across the wards, taxes might increase, and more jobs will be lost. These poorly governed municipalities, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, these dysfunctional municipalities are exactly the products of a dysfunctional ANC management. The municipal boundary changes that the ANC is now advocating is a smokescreen for its cadre deployment policies and their greed for power. This is a threat to our constitutional democracy and should be opposed at all costs. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the electorate is smarter than what the ANC thinks, and they can see right through this. The DA, Salgo, will have a conference shortly in March, and we look forward to the outcome of that conference. The DA will be there to how good governance works, and that will be the golden line on a very bleak situation.
Honourable Member, your
Honourable
time is up.
Chairperson, can I just...
Your time is up, Honourable Member.
The DA will not stand by and watch the ANC taking local governance and power away from our voters. I thank you.
Honourable Carlo, may you proceed with the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Your Excellency, Mr. President, all protocol observed. I rise on behalf of the African Independent Congress to express our shock and disappointment about the unacceptable happenings that marked last week Thursday. Indeed, it was a bad experience in this Parliament of the Leaders. And it does not need a rocket scientist to know that the image of our beloved country has been irreparably damaged. Honourable Deputy Chair, may I remind the President and the nation that the Commander-in-Chief on the other side was groomed by the Honourable President here, and the Commander-in-Chief was even prepared to kill for the President. The chaos and barbarism we are experiencing in this Parliament is not about Nkandla, but is about the fact that, Honourable President, you expelled your young lions and now have vowed to make your life uncomfortable in this Parliament.
Speaker.
Until you realize that you were wrong by expelling them from their beloved ANC.
This member must on behalf of EFF.
What
He
is
does
the
not
point of
know
order?
our program is EFF.
No, that's not a point of order. Honourable Member, may you continue the debate?
This is a clear indication that you and your ANC, Mr. President, have dismally failed to produce quality-based leaders in your organization. As a result, our beloved country is on fire. The question is, who is to blame, Mr. President? In an attempt to find a political solution in order to address the political problems that are threatening to take our nation backward, the AIC is offering, as a country, let us be brutally honest and take stock of the unacceptable happenings during the apartheid regime and the current so-called democratic dispensation, and check whether we can't find the similarities. The Marikana massacre seized the lives of at least 34 people, nearly all striking workers employed by loanmen. It was an exceptional event for South Africa. It is common knowledge that in 1992, the Sky Defence Force, commanded by Opa Gozo, killed 28 anti-apartheid activists in Bisho. In the same year, 40 people died at Butpatong. But that case, I don't want to mention the party, but I'm sure you know the party. In October 1993, the teachers who were striking for better salaries were violently suppressed by the Transkei regime using security forces. One has to go back to the Soweto uprising of 1976 and find an example of government security forces murdering more protesters than at Marikana. The last time such a large number of strikers was killed in 1922. What is especially galling, Honourable Deputy Speaker, is that the Marikana occurred not under an apartheid regime hostile to black majority, but under the democratically elected government hostile to black majority. Around the world, the victory of 1994 was greeted with excitement and high hopes, but the champion of the oppressed, the ANC, has now been revealed as the oppressor.
Your time is up. Your time is expired.
Thank you. I thought you were sabotaging me again.
Honorable Dylan.
Option. Chair, the President's address marked that 2015 is 60 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter in Kliptown. The Freedom Charter, which is often diluted by ruling parties' narrow neoliberal agenda, demands a society in which all share the country's wealth, demands free equality education, free basic care, free housing, and more importantly, a just society which all liberties are protected. Chair, the EFF was assaulted in this house by police, and the official opposition walked out in protest. The ANC caucus left in this house is characterization of the state of the nation under the ruling party, in particular under President Jacob Zuma. The employment rate of 15.3 million people working, which is conveniently ignore that our country has an incredibly high unemployment rate, one of the highest in the world, as more than 8 million people are employed. In the second quarter of 2014, the number of discouraged job seekers increased by 64,000. The President misled this House by claiming that crime has decreased when murder increased from 16,200 murders in 2012-2013 to 17,068 in 2013-2014, an average of 45 murders per day.
There's a point of order. Honorable Tillen.
The Honorable Mkwele accuses the President of having misled the House, but he himself is misleading the House.
On what matter, Chief Whip?
He says the President misled the House, but he is misleading the House now.
Okay.
But Chair, I'm sure you know that it's a point of debate, and the chief whip of
I can't hear you, Honorable Floor.
The chief whip of the majority party is being frivolous, really. I mean, we can't. To say misled is a point of debate. It's not a question of order. It's not within that realm of order or no order and everything else. It's a debate issue. It's making a point that the House was misled, and that is allowed in terms of parliamentary language.
Okay. Honorable Surti.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, when a member says anything which imputes on the character of another member, then he or she should do so by way of a substantive motion. That is the rules, and I do believe that there is merit in the argument of the Chief Whip. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, may I rule on the matter?
No, just before you rule. He says, the Honorable Mtileni can't say the President misled the House, and therefore he is misleading the House. He uses the same weight which he says it can be used against the President.
Honorable members.
Since you allowed him to stop you from ruling, I need the Honorable Shivambu and Honorable Malema to listen, because they were not listening to him. They're not listening to him. The point he is making is that he's accusing the President of lying here by misleading this House. And I'm saying if he has to do that, he has to say substantively
Point of order.
The president misleading
Point
the
of
House.
order.
He didn't do that.
Honorable members, may I make a ruling on this particular matter? And my ruling will be as follows. The part of misleading the president, misleading the House without substantiation, for obvious reasons, it would be important for the House to be clarified. I mean, if you say misleading on what? And therefore, it would not be appropriate just to make it without substantiating that matter. And the member, in his order, requests the member to either substantiate through a motion or withdraw the statement because of there's no substance in the statement that he makes. And orderly, it will only be fair. Honorable Mofuke, you already said that.
Sorry.
I'm interrupted.
No, I thought you gave me a space.
Yeah, proceed.
Chair, the Honorable Speaker there said that the President misled the House and he gave alternative facts. That is substantiated, isn't it?
Well, therefore, honorable members, there is an objection. There is an objection to the word related to misleading without any substance being provided. And the request is that the member would, unless it is substantiated. Honorable Mtileni, are you able to substantiate?
No, on a point of order,
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Chair. On a point of order, Chair. We have been asked here not to use the word lie. And we found a dignified way of saying the president is lying. The president is lying. So
Honorable Malema, now, Honorable Malema, you are not assisting the process.
No, I'm saying, because we'll end up not saying anything. Effectively, we'll not say anything. He says the president misled the House.
By what?
Because of the unemployment statistics he's giving. Listen to him. Listen to him.
Okay. Let me give the honorable member of Chief Whip of the day.
House Chairperson, thank you very much. House Chairperson, I think it's fair political comment for members to say that we are misleading each other. Where it's in breach of the rules is when one member says a member is deliberately misleading. It's possible for us to mislead each other by error. We could give wrong information, we could have wrong statistics. But it's when a member deliberately misleads the House that it's unparliamentary. And I would submit that what's just been said about the President lying, that is unparliamentary. But misleading is well within the bounds of political comment and debate, and we shouldn't shut that down in the House.
Honorable Surti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, and this is the kind of intolerance we are subjected to when we want to express ourselves and we really want to say we have to enshrine the freedom of expression. Honorable Chairperson, misleading the House is equivalent to lying and certainly is unparliamentary. It's certainly unparliamentary unless it is accompanied by a substantive motion. A substantive motion. Honorable Chairperson, what I do agree with, so Honorable Chairperson, if I could be allowed to complete, I do, however, agree with the Honorable Malema that the Chief Whip should withdraw the word misleading when he attributed it to the Honorable Member. There I do agree, indeed he is correct insofar as that is concerned. Thank you.
Okay.
You.
Yes, and then allow me to make a ruling on the matter so that we
That's
proceed.
Chair, there is precedence in this House where it was said by many presiding officers that the word that you cannot use is deliberately misleading. But misleading can be utilized to refer to a situation where certain information was not given correctly. And that is what we've been using, all of us. If you can pay attention to the details, what we all of us said here, we did use the word misleading. Why all of a sudden the chief whip of the ANC wants to disrupt the member of the EFF from delivering the message which is delivering there? I don't understand, because, and don't fall under the pressure because he's your chief whip and everything else. You must be decisive, you must be a presiding officer that is fair there, so that we respect this process and then move forward. Don't be pulled out.
No, I don't know why are you supposed to do that now. I really don't know why you're supposed to be doing that. But in any case, I won't get myself involved in the last part or whatever statement that you have made. I was allowing members in order for me to be able to make a ruling on this particular matter. Honorable C.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Deputy Chairperson, can you use 14S and make a considered ruling on this matter? You don't have to rule on it now. We are wasting the time of this House. Could you rule subsequently on what was said by all members of this House? Because we couldn't hear what was being said. So I'm asking you to exercise Rule 14S and rule subsequently on this matter, which can be tomorrow. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Singh, because that's exactly the point. If I may just make a ruling on this matter, that's exactly what I wanted to come to insofar as making a ruling is concerned, to satisfy myself with the exact words that were used and how these kind of words came through, and therefore request the House then to allow me not to make a ruling now, and then probably, or in the next sitting, joint sitting, therefore allow me to make a ruling on this particular matter. Are we agreed on that? Okay. Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Chair, I will accept that. I'm not giving you permission. It's within your right to take that decision. But you can't allow Honorable Malema to go unpunished by saying the president is lying. It is unparliamentary, even Nomlungu wakhe ucho. He must withdraw.
I withdraw, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mtileni, may you please continue with the debate?
Thank you so much. Black people continue to get inferior services, and your police have killed 43 protesters between 2006 and 2014, excluding 37 your government killed in Marikana. The people of Malamulele want their own municipality. The EFF supports that 100%. Lewan Moni Changan. President, in April last year, before the elections, Vatili Akamalamle, Lavanga Sangana task team, Akerekenium Fundis Malumani, Akamavam, Vafika Kombela, Metatunduka Guri, problem Akamalamle, Ifamika Role, Vafka President, Vakurin Kombela Bakamalamle, Famalmia Vota, Logometa Vota, 31 July 2014, and Tamnika Maspal. Anistam Bimlagun Tirisari to Kuhemba, Ekuava mislead the Changa. President, Babjeleva Katiwaka Malamdel, that is why Shoshumbala no problem. It's because President, Avava Langiti Yisu, Akamalamle, Bagwata, Babutendila Bakon. He can answer for himself, he's here.
Honorable member.
And Nekusevin. Bagurin Taminigata Maspa.
Honorable
Monimi Samsel.
Honorable Mtileni. Honorable Mtileni.
Honorable Samsel. Miss Howard Magatamuna, that's the problem.
Order. Honorable Mtileni, I'm addressing you.
Honorable Chairperson.
May I just satisfy myself with something? I don't know whether if I heard you correctly. Did you say that the president is lying?
Let me answer you.
Honorable members, may you allow Honorable Mtileni to answer?
There's no proper word in Shangan to say lying, but the president, if I would say the president lied to the people of Malamulele, because there's no proper word to say mislead. I'm saying you can ask him. Maybe he should answer on Thursday. He's here.
Honorable
he came to
Tile.
Malamlele and asked the people of Malamlele to go and vote.
Honorable
What do you mean
Mtile.
I'm stupid?
Honorable
What do you say I'm stupid?
Honorable Mtileni. I take it that the majority of us are Africans. And we've got honorable members. Can you allow me to speak?
Honorable Chair.
I might not be a Tsonga speaking person, but the context in which the word, whatever you use in Tsonga, I want to believe that there should be a word that your child might use to indicate to you as his or her father to say you are wrong.
Ask, Comrade Mdaga can interpret the Shangan, is there? Comrade Mdaga. You can interpret.
May you, Honorable Tileni, Honorable Tileni.
Chairperson.
May I address Honorable Tileni?
Can we assist you in terms of what he said? He said that because there is no other word which I can use, nitako abanga so mara ninge butirisi butro aba hemba loko ba ka malamle.
You are still not assisting the honorable member.
Mara amna kun tsara kun rin ninge sarano kusungula se mta ku bulabula ku
Honorable Mtileni, may I just caution? Just take a seat, Honorable.
But you have not understood what I'm trying to give you the context of what he said there.
No, may you sit. Honorable Mtileni, may I just address you quickly? May you please refrain from using any word that may be used in this house, in whatever context, may then lead to a point where I may interpret it as saying lying.
I understand the chair. He's the head of the state. And here I think we're at work. We should be listened to. You know, I'm saying the problem now at Malamlele was caused by the president was the third person to come and speak to the people of Malamulele. Number one was the then minister Richard Baloyi. Number two, current premier Stanley Matavata. They instigated what is actually happening now. The last was the president to deliberately say to the people, go and vote. And you can
with the debate.
On the 31st of July, I'll give you a municipality. That is why the people cannot trust this government anymore. So no, I think maybe the president is going to answer for himself.
Continue.
Yeah. Say, nilakta shamsala leswan. Ndakta shamsala Malamulele. Mina ni tsaruwe kona, nikulele kona. Malamulele yi neglect willy hit this government. And massive votes akaban maka Malamulele. So maybe the presence of Minister Pravin Gordhan, the president himself.
Is that a point of order? Can you take your seat?
I'm sorry to interrupt the speaker. Chair, you made a comment earlier that not everyone in this chamber is African, and I think that needs to be withdrawn. Thank you. Everyone in this chamber is African.
No. You didn't even listen because of you interrupted me. That is not even conclude what I wanted to say. And therefore, I would not conclude that. Honorable member, can you continue with the debate?
Can I get your guidance, Chair? How does one correct an honorable member in respect of the facts that the president didn't say what he alleges he said in Malamulele, firstly? Secondly, how does one tell the honorable member, we have been there, we understand the conditions, and we spelled out the package yesterday? Perhaps you can guide me. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable members, let's not get into another debate now. Honorable Mtile, continue with the debate and avoid any situation of misleading us.
Point of order. Honourable House Chair, I'd like you to make a ruling whether the point of order taken by the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is in fact a valid point of order.
I wouldn't take it so. May you continue with the debate?
Okay, thank you.
Honorable
In
Minister.
South Africa,
Order, Chair.
2 white people.
Honorable Dylan.
Oh, okay.
You asked the honorable member a question.
Honorable Member.
You asked the honorable member a question, which he didn't respond to. And your question was, how does your child address you if you think you are not speaking the truth? He didn't answer that question.
Okay.
In order to determine the meaning of that word which he said.
I took it that it is difficult for him to answer that question. That is why I allowed him to continue. You continue the debate.
No, I'm happy that Minister Chabani.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point, you can't harass us like that. Honorable Minister Chabani stands up and he doesn't rise on any point. You don't call him to order. You even smile at him. But if it's us here, we get subjected to harassment.
Okay.
Please, there is no upper house here.
No, I'll smile. I'll smile with you, Honorable Malema. Thank you very much. Continue with the debate, Honorable Member. Maybe I must smile, yeah.
I'm happy Minister Chabani has been so mum throughout. I knew he was going to speak when I stand up because it's one of the main cause of the problem there. Because he's unable to represent his own people, whereas the president is improving Kanda day in and day out. So, some of those things. Maybe I should just finish my speech. Before the elections, ANC promised South Africans 50% ownership of the land, only to find out its equity, which requires black farm workers to give disciplined labor to white farmers for at least 10 years. Now the president won't be allowed to own the land. The ANC has mastered the art of talking, as though they are busy when they've only redistributed 7% of the land at the cost of billions.
Okay. Honorable Tileni, can you take your seat?
A point of order, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Aware that he's being tribalistic, can he take a question?
Honorable, no.
No.
Honorable Dylan,
I have the
are you
right.
prepared to take a question?
Yes.
I'll be sitting there in no minute from now. We'll talk. You'll ask me there. I'll answer you.
I will.
Okay, he's not prepared to take a question. Can you continue, Honorable Member?
I was still saying, the Premier of Limpopo and his house, they know exactly what is actually happening at Kamalamle. So they're just ignoring the
Honorable
people because...
Tileni, your time is up.
Okay. But I still have...
Honorable Makazi, may you continue the debate?
Chairperson, on a point of order. No, on a point of order, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, I want you
on
to
what
make
point is that?
I want you to make a ruling on this one. Critical. Lama mapa uhlala with ezazinto unxibe blue pa. Lama mapa. She said to Mr. Ntileng, yena is stupid. There are no stupid here. I can't remember they were found out that they don't have qualifications for SABC and Minister Zabo. So come and say here that people are stupid.
Honorable
there are
Member.
no stupids of any of them here.
May you take a seat because I did not hear that. Therefore, may you allow me to that on that particular statement. Honorable Makazi, may you continue the debate?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Honorable Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, madam.
Is it parliamentary for members of this House to wear party logos inside the House? Hey, Suga wena, Suga. Hey, shut up.
Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
Shut up. I'm not having the law.
Honorable Members, order.
Izani.
Order.
Hey, Ginger Didimala.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members.
Honorable Angie Motshega is wearing the logo of ANC inside this house. The meaning matter.
Honorable members. Order. 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 Order, honorable members. Order. Honorable members, order. Honorable members. Honorable member. You had asked the question. I don't know whether if I should respond to that if you that. No. You had put the question.
Honorable Chair, I think we are equal in this house. We must be treated equally here.
What is
we are equal in this house.
Now, Honorable Makadzi, can you continue the debate? May you proceed.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Siyakunxenxa, siyakucela uthi ube neutral. You can't let Honorable Majodini izolo usibize ngamahagu. Today usibiza ngeziphukuphuku and then you are mum on the matter. Please rule on that.
I made a ruling on the matter. I made a ruling on the matter. No,
Chair,
you see,
what is the ruling? Majodini must withdraw that.
The reason why you would not even hear my ruling is because of your howling. You are no longer heckling now. You are howling. That is why you can't hear the hearing, the ruling.
Chairperson.
I said, honorable members, that I don't have the benefit of what you say, Honorable Machodina said. Allow me an opportunity there to consult with Ansat and satisfy myself if she had done that, and on the basis of that, come back on that matter. Because I didn't hear it.
Chairperson.
May I rise on a point in terms of your ruling? She hardly has a microphone. She might not have even spoken on a microphone, so the issue of the Hansard might as well not arise. Please verify with her under oath in this house as to whether she did actually say so or not. Even Premier Ace Makashule, President there, will actually say something, whether they overheard her saying something like that. So can she stand up and then you verify, Chairperson? Thank you.
May I recognize you, honorable member?
Deputy Chair, I am tempted to ask for the whereabouts of the Speaker, Mbete, because this meeting would be over a long time ago if she was here. I need an answer, because I don't know also, Chair, it is parliamentary for the Speaker to go and call other members cockroaches and be absent here and go and say she is apologetic.
Honorable members. Now, honorable members, be honest with yourself. Now you are degenerating now. Now you are degenerating now. And I'm pleading with you. Honorable members, we've got a very important debate
on a point of orders, Chair. Yes, I wonder whether we can get the chair of the National Council of Provinces, because she put it quite succinctly in the morning that we can say anything under the sun, and we are now picking things under the sun. Where is she?
Honorable
she said
members,
we must pick anything.
Honorable members, may we allow Honorable Makadzi.
Chairperson. The procedure, maybe we don't...
Even before I could recognize you, Honorable Buthelezi had his hand up before you. May I recognize him before you?
Honorable Chair, I've just received a press statement by the Speaker. I have been thinking long and hard about the remarks I made at the ANC Northwest Provincial Conference on Saturday, 14 February 2015. I've concluded that my remarks all offending statements I made were inappropriate. The manner in which they came across was unfortunate and regrettable. I withdraw my remarks unreservedly. I apologize unconditionally to South Africans, to Parliament, and the Honorable Julius Malema or harm I may have caused. Thank you.
Honorable members, lest we forget, we are still debating the State of the Nation address. Lest we forget that we are still debating the State of the Nation address. And a member is here standing to present a speech. May I allow you, Honorable?
Chairperson.
On what point is that?
I rise on a point of order, Chairperson. I can see you're already frustrated. No, I can see.
No, don't think for me.
Okay.
I'm quite relaxed, don't stress.
Okay. Then we are on the same level now if you don't stress. Is it parliamentary for a member of this House to refer to one of the previous speakers as the biggest cockroach in this House? Is it parliamentary? I just want to look to my left at the back, and the member must rise and apologize to this House, Chairperson.
That honorable member.
The member can identify himself.
I apologize, Deputy Chair.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much for doing that.
Honorable House Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks. I just want to establish if the letter that was read by Honorable Buthelezi was signed.
Honorable member, that is why I said let us confine ourselves to the business of the day.
It's not signed.
Let us not now deal with matters of letters, or because I didn't hear Honorable Buthelezi saying a letter. I heard him saying there's a press statement. He said a press statement, not a letter. Honorable Makati, may you proceed with the debate.
Honorable Chair, you haven't ruled on a matter of Honorable Angelina Muteja, please. Soga Ginger, soga.
Honorable member, that one I heard now. That one I heard. Can you withdraw the name Ginger? I heard that one.
I'm not referring to anyone. I cannot withdraw.
No. Honorable member.
I'm not referring to anyone, Honorable Chair. Who's Ginger in this house?
Honorable member.
Who's Ginger?
The name Ginger
Who is
was...
Ginger? Ginger is
Listen to me. No. Listen. The name was used yesterday, and it referred to a particular member. And there was an objection, and there was a withdrawal of the usage of the name.
I said Angelina.
No.
I said Angelina. Who is Ginger?
And
That's why I'm asking.
You went on to say, shut up, Ginger.
No, I never said that.
I heard it.
No, I never said that. I want to withdraw something that I didn't say.
Honorable member, may you withdraw that word? Honorable member, may you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
Voorzitter, punt van orde, alsjeblieft.
Wat is die punt van orde?
Dat is baie onaanvaardbaar als de ANC honorable opstaan en het de naam wat hij roept. Dan zei hij het niet gehoord. Maar als de andere oppositie dat noemt, dan heeft hij het gehoord, omdat het gewithdrawn wordt. Dat is baie onrechtvaardig.
Dat gaan baie goed is. Als ik dit gehoord heb. Maar als ik dit niet gehoord heb, ik heb het niet gehoord. En wat ik gehoord heb, zou ik gehoord. Dus waarom heb ik gezegd, die heeft het gehoord.
Honorable Chair.
Yes,
I want to check, man. What is the procedure of changing the chair? Because I think Honorable Togo must take over now.
Honorable Malema,
Honorable Togo to
Honorable
chair
Malema,
the meeting.
may you take your seat. Honorable Makati, may you proceed with the debate.
Thank you very much, House Chair. The President of the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Jacob Zuma.
Honorable Chair, where's your ruling? on the matter of Honorable Angelina Motshekga. I'm still waiting for the ruling, please.
Honorable member, I had said it, even I've said it yesterday, that as members, it is acceptable that we only come into the House without the regalia of our political parties. May we not even entertain that. Honorable Makazi, may you proceed with the debate, please.
Thank you very much. The Deputy President of the Republic, Bo Ramaphosa, members of this August House, Tuma Africa Borwa le dumedisa. Celebrate the 25th anniversary of the unbanning of the African National Congress and the release of this month. We do so by recommitting ourselves to the values as aspired by Tata Mandela and the African National Congress. We do so by reminding ourselves about the words and the works of this glorious icon. Tata Mandela once said, "I am fundamentally an optimist. Whether it comes from nature or nurture, I cannot say. Part of being an optimist is keeping one's eye pointed towards the sun, one's feet moving forward," close quote. Rona, re tswela pele bagaetsho. We are taking South Africa forward with our food on the ground and our eyes to the sun. The Reconstruction and Development Program, as adopted towards the 1994 national election, serves as a basic policy, basic guideline that we should follow and always remember. It says we must meet the basic needs, develop the human resource, build the economy of the country, democratize the state, implement the Reconstruction and Development Program. The African National Congress identified the above before it even went into Parliament, before it even knew that there will be a democratic country. The importance of highlighting these RDP principles is precisely because the public transport is at the heartbeat of our economy. It focuses on developing efficient, effective public transport system that is reliable, that is safe and convenient. It also highlights the importance of an integrated bus services, air and rail transport to improve our socio-economic conditions in the land. The National Development Plan also, more RDP document iwileng teng. This is a visionary document by the African National Government, African National Congress government. It also recognized the integration of public transport infrastructure, which is smooth flowing, which is reliable and safe. South Africa needs to invest in this very strongly in the network so that the infrastructure can be able to support the economy, the country's economy, medium and long term, we move forward. The economic infrastructure is a precondition for basic services such as public transport, and it needs to be robust and extensive enough to meet the industrial and commercial needs. Development of transport infrastructure will also contribute to needed jobs and contribute to the growing economy, build capacity, and the human resource as has been outlined in the RDP. We applaud this visionary leadership brought about by the President of the Republic as a noble idea. The plan further requires us to intensify the infrastructure development, especially in the rural areas. Honorable members, the policy framework of National Transport Master Plan speaks to a number of things. Land transport use, integrated transport, physical environment, and a number of things that when you plan, you must plan for now, plan into the future, and be able to analyze, but seriously execute those plans. The challenges of intermodal are well known to many of us in this house. Poor planning and management, poor access to the modes of, especially in our rural areas and the township, lack of finances are still the things that we have to discuss, be robust and be honest as to how we're going to deal with this, particularly funding. The transport sector is a very pivotal area within which we can to unleash the potential of the economy of the Republic. Honorable House Chair, the three spheres of government are working together in ensuring that there is integrated transport and land use planning. Major issue that we will make sure that we deal with is funding. As we develop our new roads, rail lines, modernize the rolling stock, there is that we look forward and make sure that this goes to the heart and the minds of the people of the Republic. Government, especially municipalities, are faced with a mammoth task of maintenance of the assets, particularly the roads that are full of potholes. The upgrading of the gravel roads to tarred road is what many of our communities are yearning for. Progress in this regard has been made. We applaud the ANC government, which has been able to develop the rural areas, the bridges that are there. I'm reminded of the Sekhwai that was there in Sekhukhune district of the Limpopo province, which was used to cross the Olifants River. This is a thing of the past. Honorable members, it has changed the people's lives. Many of the people in that area have improved socio-economically because their destination and their time of traveling and of course their safety is the thing that you can be able to say it's a good thing, siyaqhubeka. The Killer Road in Pretoria, between Pretoria and Komhlanga, affectionately Moloto Road, will be a thing of the past as there is an interaction between PRASA and SANRAL in making sure that they develop the rail and the road infrastructure within this. This will reduce the travel time and it will also reduce the carnage as has been outlined by the National Development Plan. We applaud the government on the public modal systems as seen in Gauteng province and in the Western Cape. The revitalization of both rail, bus stations to a modern intermodal infrastructure facility is very exciting. When you go to Park Station, you can really feel that this is talking of the state-of-the-art infrastructure. Critical to our people is that they are no longer dehumanized by what we used to see during the apartheid era. These systems are user-friendly. The fact that our people are traveling long distances is one of the things that we need to look into. As we plan our integrated spatial planning, we must make sure that we bring houses closer to where our people are, which will be able to assist them to save money, but also to save in terms of transport. Rail transport is a backbone of the Republic, and therefore, modernization is very, very critical. PRASA, within the vision of 2050, will be able to create jobs. It has already started to revitalize the signaling system, the rolling stock, and extended the rail system. The strategy will form part of the countrywide travel demands as based on the needs of our people. We are happy that our people will be able to have access. Jobs will be created. Let me indicate that the plans by PRASA and the Department of Transport is focusing on the plan in Limpopo, the N8 rail development corridor in Free State, which that will link Kimberley, Tabanchu, and Maseru, the possibility of linking Kimberley and in the Northern Cape with Mahikeng in the northwest, Queenstown to Umtata, Barra link in Gauteng, Motherwell in the Eastern Cape.
Your time is expired. Can we have Honorable Makauma?
Honorable Chair, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, and honorable members. Honorable President, your Sona address was a mockery and a true demise of honor and integrity. We truly miss those leaders who used to inspire us, like former President Nelson Mandela and former President Thabo Mbeki. In our conscience, you are guilty as charged. You have become a liability. You are presiding over a corrupt state. You have created a situation of survival of the fittest. There is no good story. It's just a nightmare. We are governed by manipulators, swindlers, celebrated liars, yes men, and women who cares for their political stomach.
Honorable Member, okay. Did I hear you saying celebrated liars?
I said so, Chair.
You said so. May you withdraw the word liars.
I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, this country is missing a historical opportunity.
Honorable Chair, he said swindlers. He didn't only say liars. He must withdraw.
Did he say swindlers as well?
Yes, he did.
Chair, okay, I withdraw.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, this country is losing a historical opportunity to move forward by actually allowing a man of quality, a man of character, a man of virtue to lead us. What we have in our president, we have a compromised man. We can love him because we want to protect our foods, but at the end of the day, generations to come will not forgive us for not removing the president of this country. Actually, we were expecting him yesterday to resign. It could have been one of the good news for him to resign. We will not be surprised if we wake up in the morning, we are told that Guptas have bought this country, we are all tenants. Honorable members, this is our country. We must defend it at all costs. We should not buy each other's face. We should tell the truth even if it hurts. The honorable president of this country is fit to rule. He must just pack his bags and leave this parliament. We can't wait the day where we can say the former president of this country, President Zuma. That day must come as quick as possible. This country is a very, very promising country that can serve as an example for this continent and the world as a whole. The only mistake we are making is that the ANC forgets that by fighting for the liberation, that doesn't mean you have a license of making mistakes or of giving us a president about the future of our children.
Your time is up. Honorable Kaila, can you continue?
Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, Deputy President, members. Whilst we welcome the Stats A report on unemployment figures of 2014, the fact remains the unemployment rate increased from 23% in June 2009 to 24.5% at the end of 2014. We still have more than 8 million people without jobs. We must be cautious of the fact that some of the 203,000 jobs created during the fourth quarter were jobs that were created driven by seasonality associated with festive season. In their nature, they are casual jobs. Stats SA that in 2010, 20% of South African population fell below the poverty line. This has increased to 21.5% in 2014. More South Africans...
Honourable Member, can you just hold there? There's honourable members at the back who are making a noise and was distracting me. I can't even hear what the speaker in front is saying. Honourable members, can we follow the debate and allow the speaker on the floor the opportunity to debate, please? Continue, honourable member.
The performance of schools in quarantine 1 to 3, as well as the early childhood development into the mainstream of education system requires urgent attention. The aftercare facility content should be linked to formal school curriculum. The number of grade 12 learners who gained a university entrance has decreased from 172,000 in 2013 to 150,000 in 2014. As if this is not enough, many of these are unable to proceed with their education due to the lack, coupled with few available spaces in universities. The tardy, slow pace of processing land claims, some of which are 17 years old, is a threat to development. Many socio-economic development opportunities are at standstill because claims are not being processed with speed they deserve. Fight against poverty and underdevelopment requires efficient, effective processing of land claims. It is very clear that more has to be done to realize the objective of FETSA Tlala Food Production Initiative. Funds allocated accounted for accordingly. Consistency between what is reported on paper what is happening on the ground must be seen through more aggressive monitoring and evaluation. The successful war against Indlala requires reliable information, access to market, transport, storage facilities, among others. Coordination and collaboration between relevant different departments, including different spheres of must be improved. And let us Mongamel, ingxaki khona kule nto ye-land claims, masekuziphatha. Ubani uyakweliqala se-Eastern Cape. Most of the claims azikenziwa. Now, into ethethwa i-department that bana kukho ii-committees bayalwa abantu, which is not true. It is the officials of the department that are creating two committees. Into kwakula malunga lapha eParliament, ii-members zepati yakho mhlekazi, imasisi yakungxolela. Abanye bafuna kwalo mhlaba because it is ngumhlaba, it's prime land. So we need to address this here because it affects the poorest of the poor. Our people must not be greedy. If you are a politician, stick to what you are doing. Ncedana abantu abana, yekani uthi naniphuma apha nge-weekend nihambe nofuna laa mhlaba, inkosi.
Thank you, honourable member. The next speaker is the honourable Mkongi.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair. The President, on Thursday, the 12th of February 2015, you delivered the State of the Nation address in this House. You would even commence with your speech, some broken men tried to break the rules of this August House to satisfy their broken egos. After they broke away from this House, they left the State of the Nation address, but they came back on Tuesday to lecture us about the characteristics of broken men. They suggest that you, Mr. President, you are broken men, and that you failed to implement the Freedom Charter and lead our struggle for economic freedom. Ironically, Mr. President, these broken young black males were supported by another broken general in Cape Province, who happened to be the leader of the UDM. Honorable members, allow me to narrate the tale of the two broken young black males in this house. These broken minds say ours is a broken society. It is a broken country with a broken constitutional democracy. The way they are so broken, Mr. President, they say all the things in this house that are broken.
Honorable Chairperson, order.
Honorable Mkongi, take your seat, please.
Aye.
What is the point of order, honorable member?
Honorable member, has the member got a proof of what he's saying? Or is it hearsay? Has he got a proof?
Honorable Mkongi, honorable member, that is really not a point of order. It's a point for debate. Honorable Mkongi, continue, please.
Yes, House Chairperson. Sizawuzo moya. They participate in a democratically constituted house. They participate in the periodic democratic elections in this country. All these elections were declared free and fair. When they are defeated in this parliament, they run to our functional and capable judicial system. The principle of the separation of powers is alive in this country. They say all these things because their only mission in this parliament is to attack and break of the head of state. They are obsessed. They are obsessed. Men, President Jacob Zuma. They are unable to provide alternative for our people because they preside over broken organizations. They are playing the man instead of the ball. Let me join their bandwagon. Honorable Musimaimane, for an example, is a broken young man with a broken heart. Mr. President, he is a broken black man because in the broken blue sea of white conservative mates. He is utterly undermined. He does not have the support of his party, especially the conservative white males. We saw him, Mr. President, breaking down in this house after his instruction to the Democratic Alliance caucus was broken down and defied by his colleagues. He is actually a troubled man. The way he was so broken, he even forgot to vote for a vote of no confidence against the that day. The extent, Mr. President, of their brokenness, even their minds are also broken. There is no systematic coordination between their minds and their mouths. There is no proper coordination between the thinking and the saying. In the final analysis, Mr. President, you are not broken. You are stronger and you are a solid man. More than ever. We are saying, Mr. President, don't be shaken.
Honorable Mkongi, to take your seat, please. Honorable member.
And it's
Honorable Mkongi, take your seat, please. Why are you rising, honorable member?
I'm checking, Chair, if the honorable broken member is prepared to take a question.
Honorable Mkongi, are you prepared to take a question?
Time, Chief.
He's not prepared to take a question.
I'm busy here.
Oh, after he is
Honorable
broken.
Mkongi, you are not prepared to take a question. Proceed, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, President Jacob Zuma, in his State of the Nation address on the 12th, declared this year, I quote, the Freedom Charter and unity in action to advance economic freedom. Another broken soul stood up here in this podium yesterday to showcase his memory, short memory of the history of South Africa. He believes that the Freedom Charter is not the brainchild of the African National Congress, and that the struggle for economic freedom in our lifetime only began in 2008 in the National Conference of the ANC Youth League. And when they were expelled from the movement, that struggle. What a hypocrisy. The fact of history is that The struggle for economic freedom in South Africa began more than 300 years ago. The chiefs and kings of the African indigenous people of this land are a custodian of the struggle for economic freedom. To claim the custodianship of the struggle for economic freedom is naked opportunism and ideological delinquency. It should not be left unchallenged. It should be defeated. Now,
On a point of order, Chair.
Order, honorable members. Order. Why are you rising,
Chair,
honorable member?
We said the conceptualization
Honorable member.
economic freedom
Honorable
started
member.
in 2008, not its history.
Honorable
the conceptualization
Ndlozi,
of it as economic
That's not a point of
freedom.
order. Order, honorable members. Honorable Kongi, just
me
wait.
refresh
Honorable
your
member.
memory.
Honorable Kongi, take your seat, please. Honorable members, may I request you that when a point of order is, allow the opportunity for the presiding officer to hear what the point of order is. Because we are expected to make a ruling. Now, if you interject to the extent that I cannot hear what the honorable member is saying, it will be impossible to rule on that point of order. Let's listen to one another, please. Continue, honorable member.
I will ask a question. When Nelson Mandela gave his famous Rivonia trial speech, emphasizing that, I quote, the realization of the Freedom Charter would open up free field to the prosperous African population. It calls for redistribution of the economy and land, including white monopoly industry, because big monopolies are owned by one race only. Without redistribution of the economy and land, racial domination would be perpetuated by the spread of political power. Close quote.
Honorable Kongi, take your seat. Honorable members, there's another point of order, but may I remind honorable members that we should not use point of orders to disrupt the speech of an honorable member on the floor. It must be a valid point of order, not something that is debatable. Honorable member.
Honourable House Chairperson, it was ruled earlier today that one of the members may not point their fingers. This is exactly what the Honourable Member did right now when he was talking. And he varied from 3 fingers to 5 fingers to 1 finger.
Thank you, honorable member. Your
out
point
of
is made.
order. Thank
Your
you.
point is made. Honorable members, let's not make unnecessary gestures. And please address the chairperson of the session as well. Continue, honorable member.
This is a reflection of a broken heart. Chairperson, this is the actual conceptualization of the relationship between political education and political freedom. Therefore, it is fallacy to suggest that the struggle for freedom in this country was conceived by people who were just born in the late 1970s and 80s. Chairperson, it is in this regard that I would like to caution these broken young black males not to use dialectics as an excuse for not understanding history. When conducting any legitimate revolution, you use both historical and dialectical materialism. Mr. President, I submit to you that revolutionary consciousness cannot be reduced to recklessness. Great revolutions were led by individuals with revolutionary discipline. Discipline is the mother of all successful revolutions across the world. Equally, to be rude and disrespectful can't be praised as being radical. In the same vein, rascalism can't be robustness. And assertiveness can't be reduced or equated to arrogance and misbehavior. That behavior in a revolution is not revolutionary. Instead, it's counter-revolutionary. Successful revolutions across the world were conducted through revolutionary discipline. There is no revolution anywhere in the world that was won by lumpen leadership. Lumpens have miscarriage many noble revolutions in the history of humankind. The only capable vehicle for the fight for economic freedom in this country is the Revolutionary Alliance, capable of leading the broad forces of the National Democratic Revolution under the African National Congress. You know, a protest movement, a Maoist, a Sankarist, a Marxist, a Bigoist, a Sabuquaist, a Strogism, a Leninism, scrambled egg, or sushi ideology, confusion, conceived that ship-ins and taverns will never work in South Africa and can't compete with the People's Movement, the African National Congress. When Anthony Lembete, Nelson
Honourable
Mandela,
Honourable Member, that question won't be answered because your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order, honourable members. Order. Order, honourable members. The next speaker is the Honourable Balintlela. Order, honourable members. Order.
Sihlalo obekekileyo ndiza namhlanje kule ndlu ndizokubalisa ibali labahlali bakwaKhalima eTsomo eXholobe. Abo bahlali bandimema ngomhla wesithathu kuJanuwari kule nyanga iphelileyo. Ibali laba bahlali libali elibuhlungu kodwa libali eliqhelekileyo kuye wonke omnye umuntu. Alikuphela nje phaya likho kuzo zonke indawo esihlala kuzo. Aba bahlali sentlungwini yokokuba bahamba umgama omde i-10 kilometers ukusuka ekhayeni labo. Abafazi ababelekayo nabaphethe abantwana kuyanyanzeleka bakhutshwe babekwe phezu kwehashi bathi bakuqiba
Order, honourable members.
benzima.
Honourable members, I find it very difficult even to pick up the translation, really. Interjections are allowable, but not to drown the speech of another honourable member. Continue, honourable member.
Abahlali baseXholobe omama abanzima ekufuneka babelekile bahamba umgama omde ukusuka emakhaya ukuya ekliniki. Abahlali baphaya abantwana abakwazi kuya sikolweni de kube baneminyaka 10. Isizathu sesokokuba i-distance inde ukusuka apho. Abahlali baphaya babathwala ngezi abantu babo abaswelekileyo. Zange ke inkonzo ziqalise ukuba khona. Ngoko ke iPresident yoMzantsi Afrika xa imane isithi kuthi top counts yamanzi asikwazi kucinga into yokokuba ngokuqinisekileyo abafumani namanzi. Kukho imeko enzima yamanzi.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members, as I have repeatedly stated, interjections are allowable, but do not drown. The member has the right to make a speech and the right to be listened to. Continue, honourable member.
ikomiti yabo yakwa masipala apho kusemahlathi
Chair.
ikwazile ukuspenda imali
Honorable Balindlela,
enga-7
will you just take your
million.
seat, please?
Can the former
Honorable
Premier-
Balindlela, will you just take your seat, please? Thank you.
Thank you,
Yes,
Chair.
Honorable Member, why are you rising?
Can the former Premier of the Eastern Cape take a question?
Member, are you prepared to take a question?
Ndakugqiba sihlalo.
Continue, Honorable Member.
Emahlathi apho abantu basoloko bathi xa bebuzwa kuthiwe iyeza indlela uyeza umbane ayeza amanzi. But these villagers do not need more promises. They need action. They want to make sure life is better for themselves nabo. 7 million of their municipal structure grant has not been used. A grant which is meant to ensure a basic level of service to all South Africans, and this is very disgraceful. We can all agree we have made great strides since 1994. Unfortunately, we have regressed. In now many areas are struggling. Those who received subsidized houses are often left with poor quality of structures because of tenderpreneurs who have no interest in building lasting homes for people who have waited for so long. A good example, that city as a Bofolo, Kwilali up, it's been very hard for abantu basebhofolo. Kuthiwa xa ibizwa lo lali yilali ene toilets kuphela. Ayinazo izindlu. Bahleli balindile. And unlike the Western Cape government, other provinces to give homeowners their title deeds, condemning them to a future without precious capital is rightly theirs. Sihlalo, the ANC does not have the political will to address our biggest delivery failures. Across the country, all the ANC provinces, South Africans are being subjected to a public health care system that is crumbling. The problems are plentiful. Medicine shortages, dilapidated buildings, and critical vacancies. The near collapse of the state's health care system is a prime example of the ANC mismanagement. My colleague, Dr. Wilmore James, rightly called it a moral failure. But instead of tackling the culture, accountability, and mismanagement, the provincial government thought the best way to solve the crisis is to fly
Member, your has
1,000
expired.
kilometers over the Atlantic Ocean
Honorable
to
Member,
the beaches of Cuba.
your time has expired. Order, honorable members. Order. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable the Chief Whip of the NCOP.
Person, mo presidente wa Republic ya South Africa, le motlatsi wa gago, matona ntlo ye, bahlompege ka kakaretso, go ya ka kgati, ke a le dumediša. Ha o House Chairperson, for starters, House Chairperson, civilized people the world over respect the highest office in their land, irrespective of whether they like the incumbent or not. House Chairperson, last Thursday, some of us had to explain to our guests why some honorable members in this August House remained seated when the entourage of the president entered the chamber. House Chairperson, Mr. President, I will not be surprised if after your second term you get canonized, because the trend has been some of the people this side seem to have a very short memory. During the first administration, there was a lot of noise about Sarafina. The second administration was the beetroot and the HIV, a lot of noise. Now, this time, also a noise of a special kind. House Chairperson, no dog will bark on a stationary car. There will be this noise because we are a government at work. After all these noises, House Chairperson, they say the first administration was the best. They say the second administration improved the economy. Your compliment, Honorable President, I won't be surprised, will soon be coming. They may canonize you because the trend has been you vilify the incumbent, you praise the outgone. House Chairperson, Sipirisu tulugile. Bala ba DA ba furanaga ka moka ba re mo bona ba bushang diludu until Honorable Patel took this podium. Ka mo ditshetlo be di hwile le melodi maabane. Ka mo you could hear a pin dropping. Ka go bane sephiri se be se tswile mohlomphege Patela o a ba tsebela o re boditse. Go ya ka polelo ya mohlomphege Patela nna ke re constituency ya ka ka morago ga Thaba ya Lulu, election ya 2016, we are always halfway, already halfway. House Chairperson, ke a makala gore ka thuko ye gane di choreography tša bo Obama di rutiwa bo mang ka thuko ye ka obane ngwana o tlile mo a re direla mehlola ba re bitša le disisi. Choreography ye ya ga Obama e reng e sa aparele batho ka moka ge batho ba ba tseba democracy gore phala. Honorable Chairperson, re ithuta letšatši ka letšatši. Le kgono ke ithutile gore it takes a young man, it takes a young person to communicate with other young people. When the young lion or the young person was at this podium, it was quiet over there. Now we have discovered the language that the honorable members that side understand the best. House Chairperson, moetapele wa DA ka fa o swana le ba ba indicating right le gore ba ile turn left. Ge a tšea podium, mabana gare ga ditaba tša gagwe ka moka, o boletše re tshwantse re bontšhe mutual respect. Mutual respect. Ka theetša ka re a makaone matšatši a hlaba. Ga mo podiumong ye o thoma go bolela bošedi ka president ya republic. A re is a broken man. Young Lion o re fetoletše. Honorable House Chairperson, for the people of South Africa, I think the payback money campaign of the EFF, Honorable Ndlozi, so acknowledged, no plagiarism about it, of the EFF must be unpacked and be seen for what it really is. House Chairperson, information before the people of South Africa is that, yes, be features that are not security related at the president's house. Am I protected, House Chair?
Continue, Honorable Member.
Yes. Two, House Chair. Those features have to be identified, or if they have been identified, have to be costed. Three.
Order, Honorable Members. Order.
Three, House Chairperson. Three. Information before the people of South Africa also is that prices were inflated. We need still.
Order, Honorable Members.
Also, House Chairperson, information is before the people of South Africa that a process is unfolding to tell us, inflated by how much and by who. Chairperson, four. When the above are known, when this information will be known, then and only then, House Chairperson, will invoices be directed to people concerned. House Chairperson, I want to believe that the principle of invoices obtains even in the business of the woodwork world. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable House Chairperson, the chorus, Honorable Chairperson, the chorus is like what Shakespeare in one of his books alludes to. That it's like a story written by an idiot, full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. House Chairperson, I also have a problem with the Fourth Estate. Have a problem with the Fourth Estate, House Chairperson. But in this house, I listened Guptas yesterday. My little research says they came to this country before the democratic government came into being. Their papers were not processed by ourselves. Further research says they are contributing to the economy of this country positively.
Honorable Member, your time is now expired. Honorable Buthelezi, were you rising on a point of order?
No, sir. I was only going to express my concern about the noise because we couldn't hear the honorable member. The noise here.
No, honorable members, let's allow the Honorable Buthelezi to make his point.
I mean, members can heckle. I mean, it's accepted in all democratic, but not howling, not howling, not howling.
Thank you, Honorable Buthelezi. Honorable members, may I just repeat what I've said earlier, that while members are delivering their speeches, of course, interjections are allowable. Drown out the speaker to an extent that the other members, or myself sitting here in front, can't even hear what is being said. Let us be fair to one another, each other. It's part of democracy, the opportunity for different views to be expressed and for others to listen to it, although they may hold different views.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the NCOP is trying to defend the indefensible. When she says maybe there were no security features in Nkandla, maybe. I mean, really, who's she trying to kid? Let me just read a few of those items from Nkandla, from the report. The chicken run, was that a security feature? The pool, is that a security feature? The auditorium, is that a security feature? Thank you. So you can start with that, Honourable Chief Whip, and get the President to pay back the money. The other issue the Chief Whip raises about the Guptas, saying that they are contributing to the economy. But the fact is, we say all foreigners here contribute to the economy, and that's why it's so absurd. The Minister of Agriculture repeats what the President said about the Freedom Charter, where he says the land belongs to all who live in South Africa, but not for foreigners. Not legal in this country are no longer allowed to buy land and invest in this country. So you've got to make your mind up, ANC. Do you support the Freedom Charter, where land belongs to you, or not? No. Stop cherry picking. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, if I can remind him, was fired from his job as a police commissioner. He used taxpayers' money buildings at prices that were later found to be overinflated and bloated, just like his utterances in this House today. Minister Patel, yesterday you mentioned unemployment figures in the Western Cape. However, what you didn't mention was a narrow definition of unemployment. And you are quite correct. Limpopo does have the lowest unemployment rate of 15.8% when you look at the narrow definition. However, when you include the number of people who have simply given up looking for work, this number of unemployment 43.4%. Nearly 1 out of every 2 people in Limpopo are unemployed or have given up. The broad unemployment rate in the Western Cape is 23.6%, a massive 12.5% lower than the national average. In the Western Cape, we have 22,000 discouraged work seekers compared to 616,000 in KZN, 403,000 in Limpopo, and 379 in Gauteng. Honourable Mafu, you came here with nothing new except stealing quotes from other parties, such as a broken province and pay back the money. You also insulted the leader of the DA by saying that by referring her to a monkey. Your party has run out of ideas. You've been in power 21 years, and it's time for you to go. Honourable Rantho, you said that load shedding is not a crisis. If it wasn't such a serious issue, I would have thought I was in Comedy Hour or watching the Chester Missing show, which you should apply for a job. You are totally, like your party, totally out of touch with reality, because load shedding affects people's lives on a daily basis. It's affecting our economy, it's affecting jobs, and when people go to work not knowing if they're going to be laid off because of load shedding on a daily basis, and you say it's not a you are out of touch. The Minister of Public Enterprises, and I must say, you put a great spin on load shedding, but if you were doing such a great job, why did the ANC take Eskom away from you and give it to the Deputy President? And it's not the first something, Honourable Minister. You lost the Western Cape province to the DA in 2009 as well. And we agree with you, we should be switching off geysers and other appliances when we don't need them. But let's start, charity begins at home, and let's start with Nkandla. I hope you're going to make sure that the chicken coop is switched off, that the fridge at the spaza shop is switched off, that the geyser in the homes are switched off, and that the pump in the pool is switched off. Minister of Justice, when you came up here and said that women and children can be safe in the streets of South Africa, you obviously didn't know that 62,000 reported assaults have been reported last year. It was absurd for you to even suggest, never mind reiterate in this House, that the Defence Force could be brought in here to Parliament. We have gone from a police state to a military state in just 1 year. Chair, last Thursday we saw images of people being water cannoned outside of Parliament, arrest of law-abiding citizens, including members of Parliament. We saw the ANC's attempt to jam cell phone signals in that room up there. We saw the use of armed riot police in Parliament, deceivingly disguised as parliamentary protection services. And we saw the forced removal of MPs from this chamber. These images sent shivers down the millions of South Africans watching. On Sunday, we even saw that some MPs had been used as target practice by the police. And today, we're being intimidated by scores of riot police standing outside this very chamber. The question we have to ask ourselves, how could we fall so far and so fast? And to the Speaker of Parliament, I want to say, 7.5 years ago, I was of covering up for a thief. And today, you are still covering up for a thief. And that is why we have fallen how we have. Former President Mandela gave us a dream of a rainbow nation, and today we sit with a nightmare. I thank you very much.
Order, honourable members. Order. The next speaker is the Honourable the Minister of Higher Education and Training. Order, honourable members.
Honourable Chairperson, the President and the Deputy President, and honourable members, allow me to start where I was not intending to start. I want to read a letter. Thank you so much for your generous donation to the Democratic Alliance. Your financial contribution helped us to achieve our 3 key objectives in the recent election: keeping the ANC a 2/3 majority, significantly consolidating our position as the official opposition, and so on. Our support has increased from the 2004 election. This means the DA grew by 34.7%. You helped us to achieve this historic milestone. Thank you for your support. Thank you for standing up for strong opposition and for a positive influence. Yours sincerely, Helen Zille, leader of the Democratic Alliance. Addressed to Mr. Atul Gu, Sahara Computer.
Order, honourable members. Order.
Honourable, I want to say to the President, we have a problem, Mongame. We have an opposition here, including the main opposition, just the numbers that are sitting here. But there's in this party. Because this is hypocritical, this letter shows us that in the extreme. Number 2, the other problem we have, I'm exasperated. There is no quality in the arguments they are making. All they have made personalized attacks on the president. But also let one just illustrate. I don't know when you speak, who you're speaking
On
for.
a point of order, Chair,
Honourable Minister, will you take your seat, please? What is your point of order, Honourable Member?
the member must be called as Honourable Banga.
Honourable Minister, it should be the Honourable
My
Banga.
apologies.
Honourable
Honorable
Chair.
Banga, when you speak, I don't know who you are speaking for because
Honourable
you saw party hopping like
Honourable
nobody's
Minister,
business.
Honourable Minister, let me just take that point of the Honourable Member. Honourable Minister, please. Honourable members, let us not point at one another. If you want to have a point, you address the chairperson. But let's refrain from
No, Chair, I
pointing
was
at one
reacting
another.
'cause he
What
did
is
this.
your
Okay, I thought we could excuse the Honourable Minister from sitting down, taking...
No, the Honourable
We can't
Minister,
see him
no,
sit down.
the Honourable Minister will sit down.
Yes.
You have,
Yes.
continue, Honourable Minister. I think, Honourable Ndlozi, you can discuss the issue of height outside of the chamber. It's not on the agenda. Continue, Honourable Minister.
Ilunga elihloniphekile uBhanga. Uma yaqoma. Insizwa iqoma iziquleke impela njena angimazi mangakho ama parties asewahambile asazi ukuthi iahang please. You know, I don't want to waste my oxygen on ahang. The Honorable Kola Barnett also discloses a secret that when the DA was marching here, one member was, and that member is a member of the legislature. He's the only one. And he was the only white marcher outside here for the DA. The rest were black, but the benches here are white.
Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, take your seat, please. Take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member. Why?
I would like to know whether the former Inkatha Freedom Party member will take a question.
Honourable Minister, Honourable Minister, before you respond, Honourable Minister, before you respond, let me just take the Honourable Talezi.
Honourable Chairperson, I want to say to the Honourable Member, I take the strongest exception because he's saying this to the Minister as a form of derogation of Inkatha. I take strong exception to that. Whether the Minister was a member or not is beside the point. But to use my party as a form of derogation is something I take strong.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Members. Honourable Members, I've earlier requested Honourable Members not frivolous points of order simply to disrupt the speech of another member. Let's refrain from doing so and give the Honourable Member at the podium an opportunity, a fair chance to deliver his input into the debate. Continue, Honourable Member.
Chairperson, Mr. House Chairperson, on a point of personal clarification.
No.
As the member that was arrested, as the member of this legislature that was arrested
Honourable
while
members.
the minister's signal was scrapped.
Honourable Member, take your seat. I have not recognized you. Will you take your seat,
Please
please?
recognize me, Chair.
Continue, Honourable Minister.
Yes. I agree with you, Sogalisa. There is nothing wrong. I was never a member of Inkatha. Nothing wrong with those who were members of Inkatha who are now in the African National Congress. Now, we get accused of cadre deployment. Honorable Rescheduling, they can't even realize, these honorable members, what they are telling us. He tells us he's going because he has been appointed now by Mayor Delil as the new Director of Trade and Investment in the city of Cape Town. Not only that,
Honourable members.
I am going, but I'll come back. So it's deployment. He's gonna go to the city of Cape Town and come back as DA as well. So it's fine for the DA to actually do cadre deployment, but it's not okay for the African National Congress. Hayi, ngeke sisi, lunga elihloniphekile ubandlela. Awukwazi ukuzosigxekela into owahluleka ukuzenza wena useyipremier. Hayi. And President, as a member of your cabinet, can I please plead with you, Msholozi? never call us for a meeting at 4 a.m. Never call a cabinet meeting at 4 a.m. Honorable Balindlela used to do that. And now it's showing. How do you call us at 4 a.m.? But also, Honorable Chair, what I would also like to say up front is that the suggestion that the African National Congress wants to destroy Parliament, wants to break Parliament, is ludicrous. The African National Congress, through struggle, gave birth to the structure of democracy. And the President and the African National Congress here have every reason to protect, strengthen, and sustain these structures. The DA hogwash that the President and the ANC are destroying the structures that were given to by the sacrifices of generations of ANC cadres is ludicrous in the extreme. Why? You are trying to provoke us. You are saying no action must be taken to bring order here. Because you're trying to provoke us, what do you want us to do? To take the law in our own hands? Then you turn around, you say there is black on black violence, as you actually did in the past. We are not going to do that. Sikhethwa abantu ukuthi sisebenza nabo, sinezwe esilibusayo, sinomsebenzi omningi osemahlombe ethu, angeke siyenze lonto. Honorable Waters, don't try and manipulate statistics. Statistics is Waters, okay. To the you can't refute that. You can't refute the fact that 181,000 more unemployed people since Premier Zille came into office. That is a fact, and we are using the very same statistics that you want to. Please, that is why you have marginalized. It's showing that we have marginalized Honorable Wilmot James. We are no longer concerned with statistics and other serious things because you want him actually to be out of this. And also we want to say, by the way, please never again wear black clothes here during the State of the Nation address. Unless, of course, you were grieving for the end of white minority rule. And also, I am a grandfather now. You know, I really thought President that since Cape Town is now our premier film-making town, I thought it was the shooting of another episode of the Dracula series. Please, ingane zethu sinabazukulu zizophupha kabi. Sicela ukuthi ningaphinde nje nigqoke lento ebenigqokile. What the President says here, we do. Let's illustrate with education. Honorable Van Damme, you say the President is talking about infrastructure. Why not? We've spoken a lot about education, and it was crucial for the President to highlight the importance of education. It's important as part of realizing the vision of the Freedom Charter that the doors of learning and culture shall be open.
Honourable Minister, will you just take your seat so I can hear what the Honourable Member has to say? Why are you rising, Honourable Member?
Earlier on, there was a ruling that the members should restrain themselves for displaying gesture and fingers and all of that. Can you please rule? Can you please rule
Order, honourable members,
to refrain from using fingers and other gestures?
No, Honourable members, we expect honourable members not to point at one another when they're making a point or anything, but it's part of the mannerism of speaking of certain members to use their hand, as long as it is not pointing at other members and it's in a derogatory way. Continue, honourable member.
Don't worry, this is safer than Umakarap. A major...
Order, honourable members, order.
Major achievement.
Order, honourable members.
Of infrastructure is this. As ANC government, we've been victims of our own successes. We've grown the numbers everywhere faster than able to build education infrastructure. So that is what now we are turning into in a big way, and we are not starting now, but the president had to emphasize this. For instance, just to give you the successes, we've tripled grade R enrollment from 272,000 in 2002 to 813,044 in 2014. We have virtually achieved the goal of universal primary education with 99% enrollments in 2013. We have grown the TVET college sector by 94% between 2010 and this year. University student headcount enrollments have doubled between 1994 and this time around, and we've reached 1 million students. In order to then continue to expand and also improve quality and the environment within which we provide education, we are focusing on infrastructure. We've been opening a school per week in the Eastern Cape. And you were saying that's not going to happen. We've done it. We are building 12 new college campuses, and we've built 3 new universities, Salt Lake University and University of Mpumalanga. Construction started. Over the past decade, we've invested 13 billion rands in university infrastructure, and 6 billion has been invested in all categories of infrastructure, and a significant amount, more than 2.5, has been allocated to historically disadvantaged institutions. Siyaqhuba. Siyaqhuba, President. Siyasebenza. We are a caring government. What we want to say, though, ukucela abantu bakithi ukuthi if freedom charter might the people shall govern, abantu bazobusa. It also means we must take responsibility for this infrastructure and protect it. The people themselves must protect the infrastructure. Now, ukuthi unoma ngabe iziphi ingxaki esinazo asingavimbi ukuthi ingane ziyofunda noma ziye esikoleni. Nalezo zinto. We have also invested into innovation and research. Over a 5-year period between 2008 and 2012, the publications out significantly increased in higher education. And also the announcement of 25th May 2012 that South Africa has won the bid to host the Square Kilometre Array Radio Telescope project was a massive scientific significance for South Africa. Also, a highlight of the past 5 years is the expansion of broadband connectivity to all the major campuses of tertiary educational institutions. Wireless mesh network technology project has connected 190 schools in Kangala and Sekhukhune districts to increase internet access. Umongameli mayizisho lezi zinto ukuthi sizokwenzeka nazo ziyenzeka. Hambani niye kuWilmot James anisize nenze research ukuthi upresident wathini 4 state of the nations ago nizobona ukuthi sekwenzakaleni manje ngoba siyaqhuba uhulumeni lesifuna. But let's just analyze what is going on here. You know what this parliament at the moment, which is not nice, is in essence an attack on majority rule. That's what it is. You see, the DA, by the way, we grabbed it kicking and screaming as the Democratic Party to accept the idea of majority. The white liberals in South Africa had always been opposed to majority rule. They were telling us that all they can do is to give a qualified franchise. In other words, those black people with standard 6 or JC must be the only ones who are allowed to vote, which was another form of perpetuating white minority rule and white colonial rule in this country. Now, what are they trying to do now? It's a very clear strategy. They are trying to weave a story that when a black-led government takes over, it is inherently corrupt. That's the narrative. And it's not a new narrative. It comes from before 1994. We were told, look what happens north of the Limpopo when they take over. It's the narrative that is actually continuing. This whole thing of attacking the president is the same narrative, which is a racist narrative about inability of black people to actually. Some have this correctly. It's an anti-majoritarian liberal offensive. It's against majority rule. We that in this parliament, we must get a neutral speaker, which is not ANC speaker. Now, the media, by the way, because sections of the media are an extension of the opposition. That's what they are. You know what they do? They don't go and do just basic research. Go to the Western Cape legislature and all the municipalities that are controlled by the DA. Who are the speakers there? They are from, but we must have a so-called neutral speaker here. That's another attack on the majority rule. The majority shall elect a speaker in this house. President, I was honored under the leadership of the then Secretary General of the ANC, who is now our Deputy President, to be part of the CODESA negotiations, initially as SACP, under the leadership of the late comrade. You know, one of the things that we had to fight, you'll remember this, DP, was an attempt to craft a constitution where the minority will have power at the expense of the majority. So it's the continuation of the same agenda. What do? You challenge every decision that we take in court and actually try and approach every Chapter 9 institution to try and undermine majority rule.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Minister.
Now.
Honorable Minister, will you take your seat, please? No. Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
No, Chairperson, I'm checking when is the Minister going to deal with the most important argument on the Freedom Charter that we have made.
Honorable Member.
Charter.
Honorable Member.
Or you don't have anything to say
Honorable Member, that's not a point of order. I see you have quite a bit that you want to discuss with. You must make an appointment to see him so that you can have your conversation. Honorable Minister.
Yeah. Thank you. And I also offer to be your PhD supervisor as well. But this anti-ngono uyafunda, uzofunda. No Floyd uqedile masters yakhe, no muthathe 10 years nje kodwa uyiqedile. Oh, Honorable Shibambu, my apologies.
Honorable Chair.
Why are you rising, Honorable Member?
On a point of order.
Yes.
Like if you go to the University of the Witwatersrand, Johannesburg, I registered for master's degree in 2013. In 2014, I graduated. So it was within 1 year.
Thank you.
It was not 10 years. There's a difference between 10 years and 1 year.
Honorable Shabam, clarity that you have given. Continue, Honorable Minister.
I thought you told me in the early 2000s when we were working in my office at the SACP that you had registered for your master's.
On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Ndlozi, what is your point of order now?
I've never met the Honorable Minister. I've never spoken to him. He doesn't even have my number.
No,
Why did he say that he offered to supervise me? Can he please clarify that he's misleading the House?
No, honorable member.
I don't know this guy like nothing. I've never met him.
Honorable Ndlozi, I think those are the discussions of an academic nature that both you, the minister, Wambu, must have outside the chamber. Now we are on the SONA debate. Continue, honorable minister.
Now, but this anti-majoritarianism has really gotten out of hand and has led to desperate acts of disrupting parliament. A question, and this is a question to Honorable Maimane. Understand this. This question is based on what Honorable Mkongi was saying, dialectics. Hasn't this opportunistic alliance between the DA and the EFF, we are led by the EFF now, hasn't it led to the hooliganization of the Democratic Alliance? That's a question that when next you speak, we would really like you to answer. Also, I understand now, Mongameli, why abantu base South Africa bengawafunda amaphepha. Bayababona abantu abadisruptayo, but when you read the newspaper the following day, it's saying is the president, is the ANC who is to blame, which is not true. We want to say officially on behalf of the ANC, we support the action taken by the presiding officers on Thursday. If what led you to take that action happens again, please, you must do it again, and it must be done both inside and outside this House.
Honorable Minister.
There's a problem here, Chairperson.
Just hold on. Take your seat, Honorable Minister. Minister, take your seat. Honorable Member, why are you rising? Order, honorable members. Order. Order, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Yes, honorable member.
The issue of what happened on Thursday and the injuries suffered by members of EFF is not a joke.
Order, honorable members.
And we have said it and we're saying it again that a judicial decision is pending. I really wonder where he got this doctorate that does not even help him to understand that he did not have to remarks that he is.
No, honorable member, I think you have made your point. You have made your point.
Can you please refrain from that, Chairperson?
Honorable member, you have made your point. We are busy in a political debate and there's different views around different matters, right? Earlier, the Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP ruled on the matter and we expect members to abide thereby. Honorable Minister, will you continue, please?
I want to give Chairperson revolutionary advice to the EFF. Do not start a journey which you do not know where it may end. That's not revolutionary. Because if the journey ends in a wrong place, we are actually all in trouble. That's a revolutionary advice, Honorable Malima. And we know what we are talking about. We know where we have been in this country. Thank you very much.
Order.
Thank you, Honorable Minister.
The Speaker cannot sit down. Can you please recall him back?
Order.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
You will not have peace in this parliament.
Order, honorable members. Honorable members, will you take your seats, please? Thank you.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
On a point of order.
Yes, honorable member, why are you rising?
I requested you on a point of order before he goes out of that podium. Can you please record him?
No, honorable member, why are you rising?
He has issued a very serious threat.
Why are you rising, honorable member?
He has raised a threat on the EFF.
Order, honorable members. Order.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Malema.
I just want to tell Blade that I'm not scared of you.
Order, honorable members.
Nothing that you can do which can threaten me. And if Blade is going to make threats here and you don't call him to order, he must know that I'm not scared of him.
No.
And there's nothing that was starting Not finished. We're not scared of Blade, neither are we scared of President Zuma's administration, or are we scared of the ANC.
Order, honorable
There's
members.
nothing we're scared of.
Honorable members.
And we cannot be
Honorable members, will you take
we
your
will
seats,
finish
please?
it. There's nothing we cannot finish. We'll finish it. We can guarantee you
Order,
now.
honorable members.
We will finish. Nothing you can do.
Honorable Malema, will you take your seat
Nothing
now?
at all.
Honorable Malema, will you take your
must know
seat now?
that, Blade. There's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Honorable,
For the next 5 years, this is what you are going to be subjected
honorable
to.
members.
And we are here. We are not invited
Honorable
by you.
Malema.
We are here for 5 years. There's
Honorable
nothing you
Malema.
can do at all. There's
Honorable
nothing you can do.
Malema.
I must promise you there's nothing you can do.
Honorable Malema.
Deal with the... Stop threatening us.
Honorable
Stop threatening
members.
us. Deal with issues.
Honorable members.
Whatever we have started, we'll finish it. Please.
Honorable
You must tell Blade to withdraw.
Take your seats, please.
Blade must withdraw his threat.
Take your
He's
seats,
threatening
please.
us.
Take your seats, please.
He's threatening us.
Take your seats, please.
If you want to take advantage, that is the last
Take your
item.
seats,
We are
please.
going to start there tomorrow.
Take your
If he
seats,
doesn't
please.
withdraw, we are
Take
going
your
to start
seats.
there tomorrow.
Order,
We want to
honorable
promise
members.
you that. We want to promise you that.
Honorable Malema. Honorable Malema, you're making a point of order, but none of you are giving me an opportunity actually to hear what you have to say. All your other members are also standing while you, as a member, are making a point of order. Take your seats, please. Will you take your seats?
Please call him back to the podium.
Take your
for the
seats,
matter
please.
to raise.
Take your seats. Take your seats. Take your seats. The Honorable Minister of Higher Education, have you issued a threat against any member in this House? Oh, I'm addressing the Honorable Minister. I have not asked for your assistance to assist the Minister. He's quite capable to answer for himself.
Honorable Chair, I was not issuing a threat. If unfortunately that got interpreted as a threat, that was...
Order.
It was advice based on experiences and the history of this country. I stand by as an advice that we must not start something that we are not sure about. But it wasn't meant as a threat to anyone at all. If it got interpreted that way,
Point of order,
that
Chair.
was not the intention.
Okay. Order, honorable members.
Point of order, Chair.
The Honorable Singh had his hand up before you, honorable member. Let me give the Honorable Singh an opportunity.
I stood up before Honorable
No,
Singh.
no, I recognized him before you. I'll come back to you, honorable member.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We'd like to make an appeal through you that whether it was intended or perceived, the Honorable Minister should withdraw.
Honorable order. The Honorable Minister gave an explanation that if it was perceived to be like that, that was not the intention. Right? That is what the Honorable Minister has said. Honorable Minister, we want to bring this session to a close, really. Very long session today.
Chairperson, allow me just to preface this. Allow me just to preface this. The reason why I was saying also what I was saying is that it can't be that some members of parliament have a right to disrupt parliament and deprive me of my right, for instance, to listen to the president. That was partly also what is offering. If you want me to withdraw, I am more than happy. Yeah, throw it that way.
Thank you. Take your seats, honorable. Take your seats, honorable members. No, honorable members. Honorable members. No, honorable member, just wait. Honorable members. Honorable members. I think after this, no, I've not recognized you yet. Take your seat, please. Just take your seat first, please. Take your seat. I'm busy addressing the House. Honorable member, I will give you an opportunity. Just take your seat for a while. I'm busy addressing the House on this matter. Because all members of the House, on both sides of the House, are making the work of the presiding officers impossible with the way that we interact with one another. Honourable member, take your seat. No, take your seat, honourable member.
Will you give me a chance to stop?
Take your seat, honourable member. You see, honourable members, the dignity and the decorum of this House rely on the cooperation of all the members. There was a point of order, the minister responded, and the minister withdrew the remark. Now, I can't understand what after that. Therefore, I'm not taking any further points of order. That concludes the president will reply to the debate tomorrow, and the House is adjourned. I thank you.